You're kind of famous for making sidecars. They still make sidecars.
We'll now call this meeting of Madison Springs City Council to order. Start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Please. I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
The city clerk reads the roll.
Mayor Gray. Mayor Gray. I'm sorry, Mayor Graham. That's funny. Councilor Chandler.
Present.
Councilor Shida. Here. Councilor Wolf. Here. Councilor Holbrook. Here. Mayor Pro Tem Fortune.
Present.
Councilor Todd.
Here. Next item of business is to approve the agenda. We entertain a motion.
I move we approve the agenda as presented.
Second that. Motion is second. Any discussion?
I do have a comment. It's just a point of clarification. It's on page 7, starting with Councilor Chandler. I'm sorry. I'm talking about the, yeah. So are we there yet? So the February 4th minutes.
So this is the minutes now.
Oh, gotcha. I apologize.
So we have a motion and a second. All in favor, show of hands. Any opposed? Okay, motion passes unanimously. Okay, now we have public comment on non-agenda items. So typically this is the portion of the meeting where we entertain anything that's not going to be discussed elsewhere in the meeting.
That'd be me.
If you come forward, give us your name and address, please. And we would appreciate
Excuse me?
Give us your name and address, please. Speak to the microphone.
All right.
And if you could keep your comments to 3 minutes. or
My
less.
name's Chris Murphy, 107, 108 Fairview Avenue.
One moment. I don't think the microphone is on.
Don't ask me to do things. This will be my 3rd time here, and I come every year. I'm a little earlier this year. I worked on some of those subcommittees in 2017, 2018. So, you know, I'm not coming out of woodwork. The people I've met with is the National Forest, El Paso County Enforcement Division, the old police chief, Forset, et cetera, et cetera. And the reason was, and through all that work, it was approved when Wade was still here to put up signs for, at the trailheads, no overnight camping, no fires, and leave no trace. And This picture right here is just a brief on Saturday night on 26th Street from a homeless camp. And the fire department had to back off while things were exploding, et cetera, et cetera. What makes me so livid about this is that I put so much time and energy. And at last year's council, they turned and looked at the city people, is there a problem? Now we can get this done, but nothing ever gets done. Well, I'm the guy that was walking the dog behind, I guess it's called the trestle, all that. And my dog tested positive for meth and THC. And we didn't see the camp that came in or whatever. But the issue is that we have done nothing. Not in all those years, with all the citizens putting in all that work, not one thing has been done. I met with the landowners that we needed permission to put all these signs up, but nothing. But it's like I'm back on, I guess you'd call it a war path, because by May, it's gonna come here. If this fire happens up in them, you know, the second picture is that there's no trees there. Inman, if you're going up the camping zone where people hang, some private, some public, or whoever owns the land, that was always an issue. You know, El Paso County, National Forest, et cetera, et cetera. But the first step is at least putting up signs, because when you talk to people, and not in this tone of ways, but you know, a nicer tone, there's no sign saying I can't do this. Now the sign isn't enforcement. I met with the police chief, I guess it was yesterday, and discussed the concerns, and he seems to be have much more of an initiative about this is a problem that needs to be tackled. But at some point, you guys got to do some ordinances or something. It's just ridiculous that nothing has been done, and then you throw in the amount of work. I quit, and then this happens again. It's like, I'm back.
Right. Thank you. I think we'll be on 3 minutes, but we appreciate your comments. We appreciate your comments. We understand, yeah. We'll take that as an action item to try and get something done.
And if we could we get you to state your name again for the record?
Chris Vogt, V-E-A-U-D-I-N.
Thank you.
Do we have any other comments relative to non-agenda items? Okay. Next item of business is the consent calendar. We have 2 items on it: approval of February 4th regular meeting minutes and approval of a purchase of parking logics materials. Entertain a motion.
Can I pull approval of the February 4th, 2020 regular meeting minutes off of the consent calendar?
A motion. Second. Okay. We will vote to pull the February 4th minutes off the consent calendar. All in favor? Show of hands. Hold them up, please. All right, motion passes unanimously. Okay, so consent calendar consists basically of a parking logic purchase. Okay, we'll okay. Judy. So my thought would be to do the consent calendar, and then the next item would be consideration of the minutes. That's not really good. It's good to have people keep me on straight. Okay, so we have a motion to act on the consent calendar.
Second.
Second. Any discussion?
I have one thing to say about the consent, about this parking contract, wanted to note that this is the first time we've moved in this direction, and also it's the first time that we've done it this quickly, and also we've included Public Works and used our own staff to try to implement it instead of hiring someone out to do that, and that's all really big news, and I just wanted to point out those differences, not only that we're moving forward on it, but we're using existing staff to do it instead of hiring a contractor. Thanks.
Can I just recognize Roy for that? He is leading this effort, and it's really Roy that's making this happen.
Any further discussion? If not, let's vote to approve consent calendar. All in favor? Show of hands. Motion passes unanimously. Next item of business then is consideration of the February 4th minutes. Motion?
I move that we approve the regular meeting minutes of City Council February 4th, 2020 with one amendment, one change.
I'll second.
What will the change be?
So let me get to it, excuse me, it's on page 7. It's just a point of clarification, I just wanted to make sure that it was in the record. Sorry, find it now. Sorry about that. In the minutes, it states, and let me find it, but let me just go ahead and say that, okay, here it is. Says Councilor Chandler stated she would like to see 2 advisory boards and believes the residents and people with expertise should be a part of the boards, but also wants people from arts and heritage community. What I actually said was that I approved 1, but no more than 2 advisory committees, but opposed a 3rd advisory committee, is what I stated. We just wanted to make that clarification in that section.
So we have a motion to amend the minutes. Do we have a second?
Second.
Second. Any discussion? Okay, so we'll vote on the motion to amend the minutes, as stated by Councilor Chandler. Right. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. Motion to approve minutes as amended by Councilmember Chandler. Any further discussion? If not, show of hands, favor? Passes unanimously. Thank you. Okay, so next item of business, G1, that's a public hearing. Public hearing and consideration of an application for a new hotel and restaurant liquor license at 819 Manitou Avenue, 819 Comfort Food LLC, doing business as 819 Comfort Food, Daniel J. Dietrich, applicant. This will be a public hearing. We will begin with comments from the city clerk regarding the application.
Hello, Mayor and Council. So tonight, the council is serving as the liquor licensing authority, the local liquor licensing authority. Just to clarify that. We have an applicant. He has gone through all the steps. This is for a hotel and restaurant liquor license to be located at 819 Manitou Avenue, which is in the Parker House. We have a hotel, restaurant, and restaurant liquor license, sells to customers that are on the premises, and that's where they consume the alcohol. It's a restaurant scenario where it does require that there's meals and food that's available as well, and that's laid out in the memo. So now we're here at the public hearing. So on December 23rd, Daniel Dietrich did drop off his paperwork. He's provided all the steps. We have the diagram of premises, the proof of possession, which is the commercial retail lease submitted. The background information has been submitted and run. Financial documents are submitted, the LLC information, and he has circulated a petition and received, and that's also provided in the packet, and he received positive feedback on that. The notices have all been done, so those were the poster that's been placed at the location of the restaurant, or proposed restaurant, and the legal notices were run in the paper, and so all of those have been met, and his background check came back with no, there was nothing that gave rise to alleging that there was any issues with his moral character, so that's a good thing. And so now the council, you're in your role, you are obligated to conduct a needs and desires hearing. And so that means that it's up to the applicant to provide proof of need, the needs and desires of the neighborhood, to put that there. And so this is a quasi-judicial proceeding, and it will enable the authority to make findings and reach conclusions required to be made by state law as to whether or not the application should be approved or denied. The parties of interest are the applicant, any adult residents of the neighborhood, and owners, managers, businesses located in the defined neighborhood, and as well in Manitou Springs. All Manitou Springs residents and or business owners shall be considered parties in interest and permitted to participate in this hearing. So I have offered evidence in this administrative report and testify that the postings and legal notice occurred as required. The applicant, the next step, he will present his evidence, and any parties of interest will then go after him. And then following any comments, the applicant will have an opportunity for rebuttal. And so just to review this again, this is a location at where the Barker House is. There have been previous restaurants in there, and we have no outstanding issues with any of that. There weren't any denials in the past 2 years, which is a requirement to look at. And we did check with the police department. They did not feel that there was any issue as far as having too many liquor licenses in a certain location. They did not come up with a need or a problem with that. So I am proposing that this appears to be a legitimate request for a liquor license, and he does meet his requirements based on my investigation. So that's my report.
Thank you, Ms. Morgan. I'm sorry, do you have a question?
So is there a CBI, is that what we require, a CBI report?
Yes, so we do run it through, there's fingerprinting process, and so there was background done, and that's there's 2 reports, CBI and the FBI, so they're both done.
And they were both nothing.
They were both nothing that indicated anything of concern.
Is there anything that didn't indicate, did it indicate anything at all? That's what I'm trying to get at.
I can't go into any detail on things like that because it is private, but
We have to take your word for it that you're not concerned.
absolutely.
And we
I
don't
did
know if we should be concerned, but yet we're required to make the decision. That seems a little weird.
What I can say is that there wasn't anything that came up that caused concern.
So, just from a legal perspective, city council members can have access to the criminal history report. It's just not public information. So if they want to look at any criminal history or anything like that, they can review it as part of the hearing. This is not public information. And the applicant can address any concerns they might have. So if there's any questions by a city council member as to the criminal history or anything that came up as a concern, they do have a right to look at that as part of the public hearing. I guess I'm not sure what wasn't in their packet. Is that correct?
It's not included.
And as I know, there's only certain types of criminal history that actually rise to the level of basically justifying denial of the license. So those are felonies or other serious, significant crimes. And then even with those, the applicant has an opportunity to show that he or she's been rehabilitated, and they're not an automatic disqualification. So unless there's anything like that in the criminal history, there wouldn't be grounds for denying a license. And I'm guessing the clerk maybe is representing to you that there isn't anything rising to that level. But if you want to take a look at the criminal history, you have a right to see it before you approve or deny the application.
Thank you, I'd like to see it.
Is that something we do right now? I mean, that seems
Well, if you don't have it available, we have to continue it.
okay. It's in my office.
we can take a recess and then have council look at it.
Before, can I just segue into that? Is this applicant the sole applicant on this?
Yes.
Because it's my understanding that there are other applicants of the LLC who are managers with a greater than 10% stake. They also have to have a background check.
That's correct. He is a sole member.
Mrs. Morgan, do you have that information in your office?
I do have the report in my office.
Okay. Let's take a 5-minute recess, if you could get that for us, please.
After everybody leaves, but not during the race. Huh. I saw someone, but they didn't have sizes. I don't know, is it one size fits all? Yeah, I've got 11. So I want to ask you a favor. Oh, it doesn't have to be immediate. I'm looking for, like mixed up mountain. I don't ride mountain trails anymore, but Salida is just a wonderful place to ride bicycles. And now I'm thinking, I want a primer from you because maybe, but I also wondered if you know my business. That was my first yeah. Right. It's nice to have. Read down at that little place in West Colorado. Oh, okay. But that's what I was thinking, because, the reason I stopped riding was and then I moved here, and about one trip up Rockstead, and I was sitting there going, that's not how I want to end my bike ride. And I've always had this rule, this is for hiking, this is for biking. And I'm not quite that You got a mile of pretty steep. But you know, but you know, one of the things that, you know, I mean, serious psychosis, but is, you know, managing going to, you want to start an e-bike service or have a contract with an e-bike service. So, you know, if you have that plan, people have to go at something like that, or whatever they want to do. It's not such a bad thing. Even on an e-bike? Yeah. Right. Right. I think this is a lot of good things about I will be happy to make noises. He is I don't see him here. You know, what worries me Well, I tore the snot out of a cat. I just got off crutches about a week ago, and I'm about 6 weeks shy of doing anything resembling aggressive skiing or hiking. So my rope got stolen. It got stolen. But I had fun entering, so I think it worked. I've been going 3 times a week. I'll cut back next week, and my calf is still swollen. It's still discolored. When I did it, the snow was really soft and it dipped the tip, and my findings I did straight away. And so it did fortunately released, but it shifted my tibia in the process of doing it. So I was about this close from snapping that thing off my ankle. So where were you? At Monarch. I'm the same age as Bert, so I can ski Monarch. That's one reason I successful. It's free. Once you're at 69, skiing at Monarch is free. But depending on when it is, it's also your 68th year. It just depends on when you turn. Oh.
That's your short cap.
Did you see all the
Oh my God. Yeah. they're 2 years into a 5-year project to try to remove the gable fold from the mountains. And I don't know if you've ever seen Monarch much, but Monarch along with Wolf Creek and probably has the best tree scheme in the world. Well, Steeple's pretty great too.
Yes. I would say, I work.
I just remember, what was that one?
Up in Priest Creek?
Well, the one with the mobile. Aspen growing out.
Oh, yeah, it's right, Cheryl, it's right, yeah.
Something.
Yeah, I know that.
It's a great area.
Yeah, it is a great area.
But it's not as many years.
All the trees at Monarch are in place, all of them. And now what they're having to do is they're cutting out the beetle field, they're creating some really nice glade areas.
Wolf Creek.
I'll tell you what,
Oh, yeah.
I never realized I got a mysterious there last year.
We'll resume the meeting. Councilwoman Wolf, are you satisfied?
Yes, thank you.
Good, thank you. Okay, so now just to pick it up again, there are several portions to this public hearing. First portion, of course, is the city clerk's presentation, which we've heard. The next portion will be the applicant. The applicant will come forward and present his case. That will be followed by a period of public comment, followed by the applicant who can then again respond to any questions, and then come to council for decision. The applicant is here. If you come forward, sir. If you'd state your name and address.
Hello, folks. My name is Daniel Dietrich, and I live at 1550 Witches Willow Avenue. It's here in Colorado Springs. And I'm trying to open a restaurant in the Barker House. We're trying to accompany our food with some alcoholic beverages, as most restaurants do. I believe we have done what we can to meet all the requirements necessary to obtain a license. And yeah, I mean, that's pretty much what we're doing in a nutshell. And I know you guys have some serious stuff to talk about this evening, so figured let's get this in and out.
Great, thank you. Open it to public comment then. So if we have anyone here who would wish to speak to this issue, either for or against it, you can take the voting now, please. It appears there's no one needing to speak. It seems there's no need for rebuttal. Move to council. Council, we can entertain a motion. No. Sorry. Public hearing is now closed. Council, we can entertain a motion.
I move we approve a new hotel and restaurant liquor license to applicant 819 Comfort Food LLC, DBA 819 Comfort Food, contingent upon the requirement that the business license, sales tax license, and food service license are to be posted before liquor service can begin.
Second.
Motion second, any discussion? No discussion? All in favor, show of hands, show aye. Motion passes unanimously. Thank you. One follow-on question.
Yeah, Mr. Dietrich, what kind of food are you going to be serving?
We are doing a comfort style menu. Basically, we grew up in the Midwest. We moved here about 10 years ago. So yeah, I have it actually right here.
That's all right. I'm sorry. You said it.
Oh, that's okay. Yeah, we're doing just a fried chicken, meatloaf, mashed potatoes, kind of good warming food. Thank you, by the way.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next item of business is G2, public hearing regarding the COG conditional use permit. It's the main event of the evening. Before we get started, I'd like to talk just real briefly about the order of this portion of the meeting. We'll begin with the staff presentation. That will include remarks from the city attorney, city planner, and other staff members. That will be followed by a presentation by the applicant, the COG Railway. We'll then open the public hearing to public comment. We'll speak to that just in more detail. Following public comment, the applicant will have a chance to come back and respond to any questions or concerns. And that will be followed by city staff having a chance to again, respond or make comments. At that point, the public hearing will be closed, and we'll go to City Council for deliberation and presumably a vote. Regarding the public hearing, we've got a fair number of people here tonight. We'd like to give people an opportunity to speak. Typically, we would ask that you keep your comments to about 3 minutes, less if it's desirable, if possible. If someone has already spoken to an issue, please don't be repetitious. We're going to do this tonight again. Please be courteous, be respectful, speak to council as a whole if you would, and not do business. Now, that said, if you intend to speak, could you raise your hand so we get a sense of how? Great, good, so we have people. There's so many people, so I guess probably 3 minutes would be doable. Also, we'll ask that you fill out a form. If you haven't gotten a form, I believe the city clerk has some. Or the police chief has them, so get it from my notes. We've got some. That said, I will now open this public hearing, and I will ask the city staff to.
Yeah, I'll just jump in quickly to sort of set the stage. I don't have a lot to say, but I want to sort of outline what's before the city council today and the process they're going to follow. Briefly, this is a review of a major conditional use application for the Cog Railway. There's actually 3 other applications the Cog Railway will be submitted that need to be approved before they begin operations, and that's a development application, subdivision application, and historic preservation commission application. Those 3 are not before you today. It's just the major conditional use that we're looking at today. There have also been, I think, a few questions about the status of any conditional uses at the COG site. Currently, the COG has a conditional use permit for a commercial parking lot. City Council actually had required the COG to provide a new parking plan for the commercial parking lot, but the COG ceased operations and before that was done. So that conditional use is still actually in effect currently. There's no other conditional uses in effect for the Cog Railway, no overall conditional use like you're looking at tonight. City Council had looked at a COG appeal on whether they had expanded or not, and City Council had found that the COG had expanded and had required the COG to submit a conditional use application. That was before they ceased operations. They've now submitted the conditional use application, so this is the first overall general conditional use application the COG is being reviewed by City Council. This is a quasi-judicial hearing, which basically means that the City Council members sit and function in a similar manner to judges. It's quasi-judicial, so it's not fully judicial, but some of the similar concepts apply, which generally are that you're required to make your decision based upon the conditional use criteria in the code, whether they should obtain a conditional use, and you're required to consider the information in this hearing today. That's what the decision should be based on, what you actually are hearing and receiving today during the hearing. And so that would include the material in the packet provided to you. It will include staff report and comments. It will include the Planning Commission recommendation. It will include the applicant's presentation and comments, and it will include public comments and information. So the key question here before you is whether or not conditional use permit or approval should be granted to the Cog Railway based upon what you hear tonight and whether that meets the criteria in the code. And I know Christine, the planner, will give you a lot more information about this, but just briefly, I want to give you the 5 main criteria that you're considering. And those are whether or not the application, let me start again, that you basically need to find that the following conditions are met, which is that the value and qualities of the neighborhood are not substantially injured, including that the use furthers the architectural and historical qualities of the community. The use is compatible in function and design with surrounding land uses. That's the first criteria with 2 subsections. You need to decide that the use is consistent with the intent and purpose of the zoning code to promote public health, safety, and welfare. That it's consistent with Plan Manitou. That it will not create a nuisance, traffic congestion, a threat to public health, safety, or welfare. and will not violate the city design guidelines. Will not violate city code or other state law, rules, or regulations. And finally, that no natural hazards exist unless they're mitigated appropriately. So as part of the hearing process, your agenda sets out the steps you're going to follow. But generally, city council members can ask questions of city staff, individual presenting, or me at any time during the hearing. I think the mayor is hoping that city council can reserve their questions until after the staff presentation. But ultimately, the best process is to ask the mayor to recognize your question, and you can ask a question if you think it's appropriate. Once staff's presented, applicants presented, public has commented, the mayor will close the public hearing. But the city council and mayor always reserves the right to reopen the public hearing if during debate of city council there's further questions that come up. So you do have the right to reopen the hearing and take more evidence or testimony or get information from staff if you'd like. And finally, at the end of the public hearing, after your deliberations, you have basically 4 options here. One is to approve the application for the conditional use permit, finding that it meets all the criteria. The other one is to reject the application. The third one is to approve it with conditions that you all agree, or a majority of you agree, are needed to mitigate any conditions that exist so they actually will meet the criteria of the code. And then the fourth one is to remand it back to the planning commission for further consideration if you need to have more information developed. Any questions at this stage?
Mr. Shea?
Mr. Parker, so all of this is outlined in 1830-10?
That whole chapter, 1830.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Mr. Todd?
2 questions. One is, when we say we're going to grant this permit, is the permit itself a compendium of all the material that we're doing tonight? I was looking for a specific, here's a permit.
Yeah, so I probably use the word permit a little bit loosely. You're basically approving the application for the conditional use. So you're basically, I don't believe it's actually a permit, but it's basically a conditional use approval subject to any conditions you think are necessary. So that'll basically be your final motion, and that will encompass the conditional use approval for the permit for the conditional use.
So to follow on to that, the conditional use would be the compendium of everything we're reviewing, the plans, the different reports, and so forth.
Yes, that is what they're proposing to do is the conditional use you will be approving.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
Second question is, you referred to 2 follow-on processes.
Three actually.
I'm going to highlight
Okay.
one of them.
Okay.
And that's the development plan. What's the distinguishment between the conditional use, which outlines a lot of development, A, and B, the development plan per se?
Yeah, the conditional use generally is looking at the overall operation, the overall use, and whether it's compatible with the zone district and the neighborhood. The development plan gets down to more details, site-specific details as to how where they're going to place items, how it's going to be constructed. Has a little different criteria for approval, a whole set of criteria that you look at when you're approving the development plan. There is some overlap because they're basically the same proposal, but there's different processes for those. So the conditional use is generally, the general rule is it consistent with the neighborhood? Is it compatible with the neighborhood? Pursuant to those 5 criteria that I listed. Development plan is a little more in depth and more detailed.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Any other questions for City Attorney?
Thank you.
Christine? Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Christine Lowenberg, Planning Director for the City of Manitou Springs. Tonight we will consider the application, as we've discussed, for a railway operations major conditional use permit. We reference that as MACUP 1902. The applicant is Urban Strategies on behalf of the Manitou and Pikes Peak Cog Railway Company, who propose updated operation of the tourist railway that originates in Manitou Springs and travels to the top of Pikes Peak. I have been asked by City Administrator to briefly introduce myself since I am new to the podium and new to some of you. I joined the City of Manitou Springs Executive Management Team and Planning Department on February 17th. This relieved the interim planning director of responsibility on this particular project. That's why I'm here presenting. I lived in Colorado Springs for approximately 15 years. My husband and I relocated to Colorado following a natural disaster on the Gulf Coast. He took a position at Colorado College, and I relocated my professional practice here. My professional management and executive background is nearly 20 years. For the last 10 years, I have led planning, engineering, and environmental compliance teams on major national infrastructure and utility projects. Some of these projects include leading environmental compliance on sections of the Southern Delivery System pipeline on behalf of Colorado Springs Utilities, the Gateway West electric transmission utility line that services major portions of the Pacific Northwest, the Louisiana International Gulf Transfer Terminal, which ultimately will be an offshore port. This is a post-disaster economic development project for the state. And finally, planning and reconstruction efforts in Bastrop, Texas, following a significant fire and subsequent flooding. This effort was very similar to what we've experienced here in association with the Waldo Canyon fire. I think it's important to let you know that much of the work is focused on improving infrastructure, positively impacting economic development, improving community resiliency, and increasing access to critical resources for our residents. My experiences with federal, state, and municipal processes, as well as permitting and compliance. My personal experience of watching my community be devastated by a major hurricane changed my professional course 15 years ago. It led me to a very focused effort, which is where I've ultimately come at this moment. As all of you know, a community's infrastructure is not just about roads, it's not just about pipelines, it's about healthcare, it's about education, it's about the arts. All of these are vitally important. I also want to note that I care passionately about the arts. This is my 6th year serving as a board of director with the Regional Cultural Office, COPPA. So I want to say that this position found me. A colleague forwarded the job posting to me just hours before the window closed. I was not looking for a position, but I knew immediately I wanted to be here. I have volunteered in this community, I have friends in this community, and I recreate in this community. I care deeply about this community. I entered this position eyes wide open to the challenges that have been in the planning department and on city staff and that have been faced by this community. So I entered this with eyes wide open and looking forward to the opportunity. So thank you. So with that, let's begin, if that's okay. So the proposal that's been put forward to us is an application for a conditional use permit. It was submitted on June 19th following a pre-application conference with the City of Manitou Springs staff earlier that year. The application letter, which is dated June 13th with the logo of Urban Strategies in your packet for review. During the remainder of 2019, city planning staff worked diligently with the applicant to work through proper code requirements and city expectations. Michelle and I have worked through the final leg of this process to present this application tonight for public hearing and city council consideration. I think it's important to take a moment to acknowledge the current agreements and contracts between the city and the applicant. The City of Manitou Springs has a long history with this applicant. There are 3 major current agreements and contracts between the city and the applicant relevant to our discussion tonight. These are, first, a memorandum of understanding for a citywide mobility study. This was executed February 8th, 2019 between the City of Manitou Springs, City of Colorado Springs, and the applicant. Each participant contributed $50,000 for this planning process. We will discuss the significance of this MOU later in the presentation as it relates to the applicant's ability to meet specific criteria. Second, a revocable license agreement executed up to April 3rd, 2012. Jeff mentioned that a moment ago. This is between the City of Manitou Springs and the applicant for Ruxton parking spaces. This process advised the applicant that an updated conditional use permit process should be engaged, hence why we are here tonight. And finally, the third item is the tax incentive program for Railway. This was executed November 27th, 2018 between the City of Manitou Springs and Pikes Peak Railway Company. Just a couple of comments about that. This agreement is important because of its legal significance to both parties. Over a 50-year term, the Cog Railway will operate in Manitou. This will expire in the year 2070. This agreement outlines a tax incentive program. It also binds the applicant to collaboration with the City of Manitou Springs to meaningfully help reduce traffic congestion on Ruxton and downtown Manitou Springs, and financially participate in those final solutions. The applicant is also bound to participate in periodic review of community impact. The City of Manitou Springs is legally bound by this contract to process a conditional use permit pursuant to applicable provision of the Manitou Springs Municipal Code. It is through this code guidance that I will present this application tonight. Finally, I would like to stress that all recommendations made later in this presentation are pursuant to the City of Manitou Springs Code. Having said that, code guides us. Our endeavor to consider this application is clearly delineated in 1830-30 City of Manitou Springs Code. As stated a moment ago, the review process began formally on June 19th of 2018, following pre-application conference. You will note the application justification statement and project description in your packet. The applicant letter details certain historical activities by the applicant's operation. There is reference to the tax incentive program and application process. You will note that the applicant describes that they will extend the train car and storage building, install an elevator, install a pedestrian overpass, and update restroom facilities to expand quantity and quality. The applicant describes number of employees hired full-time and seasonally in your packet. The application was reviewed by City's Planning Commission on February 12th, 2020. The Planning Commission recommended this application move forward with certain modifications which are reflected in the final staff recommendation you've received, as well as the minutes of that meeting. You should have that on the table in front of you. Further requirements of zoning code. There are specific considerations for us. Major conditional use permits are issued following an administrative process if City Council determines specific criteria are met with respect to the type of use. On February 12th, the Planning Commission's recommendation was based on the evaluation of this criteria. These 5 items, I believe Jeff mentioned them a moment ago, but I'll repeat those. The surrounding neighborhood, intent of the zoning code, that the conditional use is consistent with Manitou Springs adopted master plan, Plan Manitou. Conditional uses shall not be allowed where such use would create a nuisance, traffic congestion, a threat to public health, safety, or welfare of the community, or a violation of any provision of the design guidelines within city code, state of Colorado law, rule, or regulation promulgated thus forth. And finally, number 5, conditional uses shall not be allowed on properties subject to natural hazards unless adequate mitigation is provided, pursuant to Chapter 1810, Natural Hazard Risk Reduction and Mitigation. So, processing of conditional uses. This guides the City of Manitou's City Council and staff to consider 8 specific items, which is where we are tonight. Does the submitted site map indicate existing structures and their current uses, as well as existing surrounding structures and land uses? Does the written statement of intent appropriately explain the objectives to be achieved by the development? Completion of a citizen participation plan and the report as identified in Chapter 1874. required by the city? Did the applicant complete a traffic analysis that indicates anticipated average daily traffic volumes? A building floor plan indicating proposed use within existing and proposed structures? If needed due to scale, location, or impact of the proposed development and is determined by the planning director, have additional technical studies or data been submitted? Item 7, evidence of mail notification as specified in public notice requirements subsection 184420C. And finally, number 8, public facilities. Somebody's Oh, that's fine. That's fine. Brings a little loaded to it. So I would like to note, as we begin the formal project review, that item number 8 will be discussed in greater detail here than it was at Planning Commission. So what I will do for the formal project review is we'll go through each of those items. I'll try to be brief, as the majority of the information should have been in your packet. If not, we should have it available to you. So the project details, we reviewed the project description and applicant statement. So, number 1. Yes?
I have 2 quick questions.
Sure.
From what you've reviewed so far. The pedestrian overpass, pedestrian overpass, is that, can you give one sentence on where that's located and what its function is?
Sure, it should be noted on the plans that were provided in the packet. If not, or if you would like help finding those, I think it would be appropriate during the applicant statement for them to point that out. But I do have a sense, and when I did a site inspection, was able to see where this will be.
Thank you. I just hadn't noticed it myself in the material.
I hadn't noticed it either on the plans, and so when I went out there, it made it clear.
The other thing you mentioned was traffic analysis, traffic study. We didn't notice anything of that module.
Sure, we'll get into that as we get further into the presentation, if that's okay.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Sorry. I just think it would be helpful to focus us, because it took me a while, and I think I have it correct now, that as our city attorney stated, this is a lengthy process of multiple steps. The CUP is one step in multiple steps. The permit that we're looking at specifically, and please confirm this for me, is that the property is currently zoned commercial, and tourist activity or institutes and trains are not permitted in commercial zone. Do I have that correct?
We will be examining the zoning. Yes, we will be examining
Okay.
that as a part of this.
But is that what this permit is for? I want to know what the conditional use is for.
I can just jump in. So conditional use is basically, the city has some cities have zoning done differently. The city, Matthew Springs, has zoning with permissible uses enumerated. If a use isn't enumerated in there, it can be approved as a conditional use. So anything not listed as a permitted use is prohibited unless there's a conditional use permit that's granted. So this is the zoning. When I look at the zoning as kind of the top level, that's why it's going first. If it's not zoned for it, you can't do it, regardless of how nice your development plan is, your subdivision, historic preservation. So this is the zoning. This is the zoning of the property. Does that answer your question?
I just want to know exactly what it is that we are being asked to give a conditional use. What is the conditional use that we are being asked to grant here?
Okay, so it's basically the railway operation and the additional amenities that accompany that, like everything that they're doing up there, basically, everything they propose to do up there, pursuant to their application.
And there'll be a number of items, unfortunately, as we work through this tonight that play into that and that we have to consider. So I will try to be as brief as possible.
If I might interject, to the extent that we can, if we can hold field our questions until the presentation is completed. That would probably be useful. On the other hand, if we don't want to run off the rails, so if we need to ask a question as well, but in general. Continue, please.
Okay, sure. So item number 1 of the 8 items that we need to review, we have received site maps. In your packet, there were site maps, including a map that has the floodplain imposed. Site plans are also included. The version that's in your packet was the most recent that was provided and has adequately met the needs of the planning department and city code. Item 2, a written statement of intent. They did provide this. And again, that is in your packet. Hopefully you've had the opportunity to review that. And if you have any questions, I think it would be appropriate we can address those in a little bit, and as well the applicant can address those and clarify. Item number 3 was a citizen participation plan and report submitted. Yes, it was. The development of a citizen participation plan was done in coordination with past staff from the planning department as well as other city staff. That is documented in your packet. Item number 4, traffic analysis. So there are 2 documents that I think are important for considering this, and was very important for staff in the office as well to consider. One is the Ruxton functionality study. Second was the TMMP. The applicant's participation in mobility and Ruxton functionality studies satisfies the city's need as the city is leading an in-depth planning and design process. Planning has instructed the applicant that additional traffic analysis is not required at this time. Item 4, a building floor plan. The site plan that we looked at just a moment ago and is in your packet shows all proposed buildings along with intended uses. Specific building plans were not included in the packet, but this may be provided as part of the development plan. Item 6, as determined by the planning director, as determined by the planning director, additional technical studies and data to ensure compliance with the standards in Chapter 1810 of the Natural Hazard Risk Reduction and Mitigation. It was determined prior to my coming to this that as an existing development, the site does not need to establish the safety of construction on the site. As the construction begins, the planning department and applicant will remain in communication to ensure that appropriate natural hazard risk reduction and mitigation measures are in place. Item 7, evidence of mail notification. This is also in your packet. An inspection of the materials that were provided by the applicant, public notice, and city-sponsored public notices. All requirements of subsection 184420C have been met. Item 8, a public facilities and service impact report shall be provided that complies with the requirements of subsection 16840C of the Manitou Springs subdivision regulations as amended and defined by Chapter 18.
Let's switch up. Sorry about that.
So during the Planning Commission hearing on February 12th, it was noted that this item was not addressed. I'd like to take a few minutes to address this item as it includes specific and detailed measures. Many of these are addressed in other places. But an explicit review is in order to ensure a proper presentation.
just try and stand back just a little bit.
Alright. So within item 8, there are a number of additional items. So let's go through those real quick. I think this is important because it was not addressed in any detail at Planning Commission, and this is important. So the first item is sufficient water supply. Demonstration that the water supply is sufficient in terms of quantity, dependability, and quality to satisfy the need of the development for water for domestic consumption, irrigation, and fire protection. Any impact on water resources and delivery systems must be quantified and cost estimated. This is an existing development. As such, new water taps and other water infrastructure resources will not be required. On October 15th, 2019, the City of Manitou Springs Planning Director confirmed with the City of Manitou Springs Utilities that since they are only modernizing the facilities, including the restroom, there would not be expected any new issues with water supply and associated supply limits. This reviews items 1 and 2, as well as item 3 that addresses utility services. Item 3 noted up there. Demonstration that provisions for services to meet the needs of the proposed development, including streets, drainage facilities, traffic services, police and fire protection, schools, recreation facilities, open space, etc., should be quantified and cost estimated. The only infrastructure impact of this CUP is associated with road and parking impacts. Because the City of Manitou Springs is engaged in a major traffic and parking analysis project and providing leadership responsibility of the outcomes, and the applicant is participating with data and financial investment, this has been determined to be in compliance. Item 4. Demonstration that the land is suitable for development and that all hazards have been identified. As an existing development with no new structures anticipated outside of the current area of development, it has been determined to be unnecessary due to lack of ground disturbance. Item 5. Does the development protect the natural resources of the land? This includes abutting properties. Again, as an existing development with no significant new structures anticipated, it has been determined to be unnecessary that this demonstration be made. Item 6. Demonstration that the development layout provides protection from wind, noise, and traffic. Buffering for visual relief from development and conforms to any design guidelines adopted by the city. Certain items, such as design guidelines, are specifically referenced in the application for material change and historical preservation permitting process. This will be addressed later in staff recommendation. Item 7.
You mentioned that the design guidelines will be addressed later. Are you also going to address the beginning part of that sentence later too in number 6?
Demonstration of that?
Demonstration that the development layout provides protection from traffic, buffering for visual relief from development. Is that also going to be addressed later?
Likely so.
Okay.
Item number 7, demonstration by provision of a traffic study that pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular access to the abutting neighborhoods, recreation, shopping, and employment areas shall be provided. At this point, I would again like to address the applicant's active participation in the TMMP process. A little more detail on that for folks in the audience as part of the public hearing. The TMMP is a master planning process that was developed under an agreement with the City of Manitou Springs, the City of Colorado Springs, and the applicant. They sought to establish professional assessment and quantify a number of regional impacts that include the Cog Railway, this applicant, but also the Manitou Incline, local and regional trails, unique museums and destinations, Ruxton and Fountain Creek, and the transportation network that we sit right on, highway transport. The TMNP put forth critical considerations for the city of Manitou Springs and require a separate and thoughtful process that the city is currently undertaking. During this process, the guiding principles are to rethink, redefine, and reimagine the opportunities around mode-specific recommendations. We're looking for quick wins to mid-long-term solutions. The TMNP ties back all these processes to Plan Manitou. Right now, the TMNP has resulted in a work group and a study group that is working through processes to deliver multi-pronged and phased solutions to the historical congestion in Manitou Springs. And number 8, demonstration of physical and visual barriers are minimized to accommodate a free flow of views and pedestrian and vehicular circulation. The applicant has not requested construction of new barriers, facilities, or buildings that impact this. There will be no new considerations for the property's accommodation on the site in question. Site plan and material change in appearance certification application. Note a staircase, as we said a moment ago, and pedestrian bridge that will improve on-site circulation. Any references to vehicular concerns, I would like to refer us back to item 7, where we just discussed the Ruxton mobility study and the TMLP. Item 9 is the identification of long-term effects of the development on the city and identification of alternatives to that development. There were a number of planning documents that were referenced in the packet. This project was reviewed for consistency with the Plan Manitou goals and policies, including the city's future land use plan. Page 98 and 99, if you need to reference that, which identifies areas throughout the city where different land uses are considered appropriate and anticipated to occur in the future. These are detailed in your packet. I don't know that you want me to go through all of those. I can quickly note that the Cog Railway site is identified. Destination tourism, envisioning a mix of tourism-oriented commercial, recreation, and service uses. There are a number of policies, goals, and other statements you'll find in Plan Manitou that are referenced in the packet that also went before the Planning Commission that detail this. So with recommendations listed at the end of this report, staff finds that the application complies with the above listed goals and policies. Staff recommendations. Let's shift now into the formal recommendations that were developed by staff using the primary and follow-up application materials, as well as interview materials. So based on this, staff recommends the City of Manitou Springs approve the major conditional use permit 1902 submitted by the applicant with the following conditions. These are noted in detail in your packet. The major conditional use permit is contingent upon a minor subdivision of all property that is part of the train operation south of Ruxton Avenue. B, application for material change of appearance certification following the city's design guidelines and historic district regulations. Development plan. City and applicant work jointly to create a shuttle stop or transportation hub in the vicinity of the COG facility. And the applicant operations shall only be open to the public from 7 a.m. to 9 p.m. At this point, I would like to note that this language for 1D and E was forwarded by the Planning Commission. I would like to suggest that these items 1D and 1E are broken out into specific and separate conditions, making for additional items 3 and 4. The reason for that being is it doesn't quite make sense as you go through the language. So this will clarify any confusion on the part of the city and for the applicant. The second item that we would like to put forward 4 items. Mobility hub easements per the recommendation of the Kimberly Horn Transportation and Mobility Master Plan and Ruxton Avenue Functionality Study. These should be provided in coordination with final planning needs and determinations in conjunction with the approval of a final development plan. That's a mouthful, but we can break it down here. 2B, show the zoning of the unpaid parking space recently purchased from CSU and HLDR. Item C, provide a letter from Colorado Springs Utilities confirming desire to leave that lot unpaved. This is important because our city code requires that this would be paved. Item D, show 13 parking spaces south of the office as employee parking only. I would like to note, on behalf of the planning department, the rezoning is not required. The vast majority of the applicant's land is zone C, commercial. Portions of the overall property are zone residential. South of the operation, they own land that is zone GR, general residential. That area is not part of the applicant's operation, and as such does not need to be rezoned. North of Ruxton Avenue, the COG bought property from Colorado Springs Utilities that should be zoned HLDR. Staff has been informed that recently purchased land has also been used as a parking lot prior to 1980, and as such can remain used as a parking lot in the residential zone as a non-conforming use. This was not a part of the conditional use permit 1207 for public paid parking. So in summary, no rezoning is necessary at this time, but if there is an opportunity to correct this, the planning department will work with the applicant to complete this. A new development plan that requires a building permit will be necessary on that parcel, thus necessitating rezoning and plating at that time. To fulfill these requirements, here are the 3 items that Jeff mentioned. There are 3 additional applications that are required. The Historic Preservation District, we have to go through that process, subdivision, and development plan. So just quickly, I'll note those 3, and then I will turn it over. Item A, Historic Preservation District, the COG has applied for approval. They've applied for approval of exterior alterations to the existing buildings that are on the site, as well as proposed new structures under the Historic District regulations and guidelines. This application has been reviewed by staff and yesterday was transmitted to that commission for consideration tomorrow night. The second item details subdivision. As I noted a moment ago, the applicant uses properties on both sides of Ruxton Avenue. So as I noted a moment ago, we will clean that up. It is important to note the south side of Ruxton's commercial operation platted onto one lot. Waiver from this section of the code is not permitted. Platting with a minor development plan can be submitted for administrative approval. As well as we get through the subdivision process, if a mobility hub is on the north side of Ruxton, appropriate development application will dedicate easements to the subdivision plan. With that, I conclude the planning department's formal presentation. As we enter the Q&A and discussion phases of this public hearing, we have several resources that may participate in responses and provide additional information. Jeff Green, City of Colorado Springs Chief of Staff and member of the executive team, is here with me. Colorado Springs is a major partner to the City of Manitou Springs in our planning and mobility processes. Scott Lee, Parking Enterprise Director with the City of Colorado Springs. Mr. Lee is also working with the TMMP team and the City of Manitou Springs staff in the development and execution of the plans.
We have questions? Christine? Thank you. We've seen you back in a while, so we can go ahead and move to the applicant's presentation.
All right, and I will turn it over to the applicant.
Mayor, Madam Mayor Pro Tem, and council members, my name is Les Ruin of Urban Strategies. I'm the applicant here tonight on behalf of the owner of the Manitou and Pikes Peak College Railway. First, I'd like to introduce a few of the COG Railway staff people. Spencer Wren, the general manager, who I think you all know, has been at the COG for 35 years now. Ted Johnston, the assistant general manager, right here, been doing a great job for the last couple of years. And I also saw in the audience Mike Myers, our parking manager, and Patty Edmonds, our office manager. Also here tonight, you're going to hear from him shortly, is Gary Pearson. Gary's the executive vice president of the Answers Corporation, and Gary's been the person in charge of negotiations with the city. And as I just mentioned, the person that I'll be turning things over to answer your questions in a few moments. Mr. Mayor and council members, for the past 2 years, this team has been working closely with Manitou Springs staff to produce a conditional use permit application that we believe, staff believe, conforms to the city's approval criteria. And Madam Mayor Pro Tem, I believe you're absolutely correct with your question earlier. The reason for this conditional use permit is the commercial zone that most of this property is zoned, as Ms. Lowenstein just described, does not allow transportation use. So because of the fact that transportation is not a permitted use within a commercial zone, we're being asked to go through this conditional use permit process. So I would characterize your question as exactly on plan. We are in agreement with staff's and the Planning Commission's unanimous recommendation to approve this application, subject to the conditions listed on page 7 of your staff report. Ms. Lowenstein recommended renumbering a couple of those conditions that were grouped under 1 letters to conditions 3 and 4, and we're fine with that. At this point, I'd like to turn things over to Gary Pearson to make a few comments and to answer any of council's questions. Mr. Pearson?
Good evening, Gary Pearson, Denver, Colorado. First, let me say that I rarely fuss with my friend Les Gruen, but I'm going to now. I'm not in charge of negotiations with the city. I'm in charge of a whole enchilada, so if that train doesn't go to the top, I'll be a former employee of the Corporation. Context is always important, and context is extremely important here, so I'm going to take a few minutes, if I may, to review the last couple of years in an expedited way. COG was built in 1891. It's the oldest business in Manitou Springs and probably in Colorado Springs in the region that has sustained for all these years. During those 12 decades, the city of Manitou Springs and the COG and its ownership had a very congenial, but very arm's length relationship. We were friendly, but we weren't friends. That started to change in November of 2017 when we, rather abruptly, had to close the COG for a whole host of reasons that aren't important tonight. That was a bad situation for us because we lost a good business. Colorado, Manitou, the country, lost the most unique train enterprise in North America, because there is only one like this, and there are none other than this one that go to top of America's mountain. So that was bad, and in terms of a tax base and bringing consumers to Manitou Springs, the city lost a real benefit there too. And a remarkable thing happened in the spring of 2018, I believe it was March. The parties got together over at the Broadmoor and looked at each other and said, we're in a lose-lose situation here. What do we want to do? We quickly got teams together determine if we could afford to rebuild the cog, because it's a pretty expensive enterprise. Second, see if just mechanically it could be rebuilt. And from the city of Manitou Springs perspective, what that meant for it in terms of continued tax revenue, essential services, traffic, parking congestion, all of the above. And it was determined by the city council emissaries that were involved in this, including Mayor Duray, leading the effort at that time, that we ought to make the old college try to see if we could find a deal to allow us to commit to capital, which was, at that time, we thought somewhere around $65 to $70 million for a complete rebuild. See if we could go forward. So we got high and behind during the spring of 2018, and we worked very diligently and very closely. And that was something that was quite unique because it had never happened before. So fast forwarding to the end of May of 2018, we reached an agreement on a tax incentive agreement that would result in a tax rebate to us at certain levels after certain taxes have been paid, but it also benefited the city in the sense that we were going to volunteer $1,250,000 in taxes over 2.25 years that we did not owe. We're going to participate and fund part of the traffic study. We're going to commit time and man hours. We were going to commit $500,000 to resolving traffic issues, and a number of other things that you've seen in the tax incentive agreement. That was presented to City Council in a preliminary hearing in the first part of June of 2018. It was accompanied by a memoranda from the then City Administrator, Acting Malcolm Fleming, and part of that is worth reading to the City Council, this City Council. In pertinent part, it provides on June 12, 2018, the first vote, that the COGS conditional use permit will be amended to fully accommodate its operations, and any existing controversy related to the same will be forever concluded. That was from staff to Mayor Duray and the City Council. There was a accompanying memo, June 26 of 2018, that said the same thing, identical language. I tell you that because it illustrates that we were visiting every day back then. We were trying to work through all of our problems. We were doing things that we had never done before. We were trying to find a way to justify spending $65 to $70 million in your city. You were trying to find a way to justify helping us do that and deal with all the repercussions, good and bad, of that. And ultimately, we came to the conclusion together, the City Council approved in late June, I believe it was the 28th of June of 2018, the tax incentive agreement. And that was a remarkable thing. Not everybody in the city was in favor of that. There were a few that, more than a handful, that didn't like it. But those of us that were very close and had spent literally hundreds of hours together and on the telephone trying to figure out ways to make this work, including running dozens and dozens of models, all had the same opinion. This is really important. It's important for this city, on your tax base, and who you are and your identity, because it's been here so very long. It's important for the region, for all the reasons you know. It's important for the state of Colorado, and it's important for this country because it's part of our heritage. So that conclusion was reached in late June of 2018. The second remarkable thing happened about 10 days later. Mayor Duray, who I've grown quite fond of, despite his constant harassment of me, called and said, we've been thinking about the tax incentive agreement and we're uncomfortable with parts of it. And the parts dealt with money, and specifically would result in, if there was a renegotiation, us having less and the city retaining more. And he proposed that we reopen that, even though this had been approved and it was ready to go. I had personally signed it. We considered it a contract that we did not have to void. But we had a good conversation with Mayor DeRay, and we decided that there's not much of a partnership if one party feels uncomfortable that soon after a contract has been ended. So we said, yes, we would reopen it, but we weren't gonna redo the whole thing because we had spent so much time and effort on it before. And the long story short, we went back and forth on trading this and that, and working on more details, trying to develop more and more data. And in November of 2018, the City Council approved the existing tax incentive agreement. And I'll tell you this just as a point of reference, not as a point of regret, because there is no regret. Renegotiating that cost our company about $1,300,000, and it gave you $1,300,000, and we don't regret that, because when we all walked away from that, we thought we had a pretty darn good agreement under the circumstances. What I mean by under the circumstances is, in a project of this nature, you can't foresee every detail, especially over an agreement that lasts as long as this one does, but we got through it. That allowed me to go back to the owners of our company and make a recommendation on go forward or no go on the project itself, because we had not approved it and we were not going to approve it pending the outcome of that second renegotiation. The price had ballooned from 65 to 75 to somewhere between 95 and $100 million. So circumstances had changed for us pretty dramatically. But because of all the factors that I've illuminated, the importance of this, the owner of our company, Phil Angie, said, let's move forward with it, and we have. We immediately started executing contracts with purveyors of equipment from all over the world, principally in Northern Europe, and mainly in Switzerland, but also in Italy, Germany, and other European countries. As you know, and as you've seen over the last year, a little over a year, we've been quite busy up there. So we are fully underway. It would be imprudent of me to say that we're halfway, because there is no halfway. You're either finished or you're not finished. Halfway really doesn't count. But we're making good progress. We're on time. We're pretty close to budget. We're excited about it. We again think there's going to be a community that's going to be very excited. What we're going to redo at the depot, although it's subject to a different commission tomorrow night, a hearing, I think everybody in this room will be very proud. The closer you look at our depot facility, I mean, really close at it's very old. It's 100 years old. It's worn down. What you're going to have when we finish this project is something rather spectacular in its appearance, but not over the top. It will fit in the community beautifully. And Councilman Todd, I'll answer your question about the walkway in a minute with a picture, if I may. So during this interim 2 years, I would like to thank people have come and people have gone. We've worked very hard with the City of Manitou staff. We've been very forthcoming with information. If something has been asked, we've tried to answer it as best of our ability in a straightforward and candid way. We've provided all kinds of documents. We've exchanged models. We've tried to determine as much as we can determine. We've worked hard on the traffic studies. Ted Johnston, our Assistant General Manager, has been at every one of those meetings and has been an important participant. So we think we've been a good partner, or we would like to think that. Are there still issues? Yes, there's issues. There's going to be issues forevermore, just because of the structure of the way Manitou is put together. But we are spending a lot of money willingly, and as part of our agreement with you, to find ways to develop human and traffic flow beyond just what we're doing in conjunction with the city. And you saw reference to it in the staff report. We're trying to e-ticket, much like the airlines do, as much as possible. We do not want lines created at the facility. We're working with Mr. Cheney on wayfinding equipment, Ted, and we are working diligently on that. We're putting in an entire new website that will communicate very simply and very clearly on where available parking is and is not. We're trying to stagger our ebb and flow of folks coming off the train and getting on flow pathways at the depot to get people off the trains and into their cars and out as quickly as possible so we can have a sea change at the parking. We're doing basically everything that is technologically feasible to move people in an organized way. That has not always been the case in the past, but that was then, and this is a completely new operation that we're starting now. As I said, we're before the Historic Preservation Commission tomorrow. I think they're going to be pleased, but we'll determine that. The city of Manitou has been a good partner to us. I've talked about what we've done. Every time I've made a request personally or through our staff for information or an opinion, that has been forthcoming. It's been forthcoming in a very candid and cooperative way. Frankly, I personally am very excited about our future here, and I know I speak for our staff too. We can have a fine business. We can work together to solve the issues that will remain for years to come because they took years to create, but we can improve upon them. And I think the steps that are being made now will go a great long way towards doing that. So I thank you for your consideration. Happy to answer any questions that you may have on it. Councilman Todd, if I can approach you, I can show you a picture of what the overpass looks like.
Don't need a picture to understand it. It's something over the train tracks.
It's contained inside. It's large enough that you can see it. It's contained inside the depot area. So right now, if you've been there in any period of time, there's only one access point, and that's down some stairways that are rather steep. This allows people to come in through the side door, if you will, and cross over to the opposite side of the track. It does not protrude street side toward Ruxton in any way. And again, it's designed to get people in and out in an organized and efficient manner.
Mr. Pearson, thank you. We'll get to this later. I was seeking a pedestrian bridge that would go across Ruxton because of the flow of pedestrian traffic. And we'll address that later, but just a note.
All right.
Do we have any other questions for Mr. Pearson? Brief questions at this time? Mr. Pearson, thank you, sir.
Thank you. I might mention that we have looked at that, and we can talk about it in a minute, but there are serious ADA compliance issues with that.
Right, next portion of this public hearing would be the public comment. I would propose that we take a brief recess. We can have this for a little bit. Council, would that be okay with you?
Sure.
Recess, okay, let's take a 10-minute recess and come back to the public comment. So there's coffee in the back, please. Courtesy of Angie Springs Homes Club.
Yeah, Christmas will wake up.
Hey, Alan, how are you?
How you doing? Walking. I'm walking.
Oh, yeah. Oh, heck yeah. Sweet grip, yeah. So forward to Yeah. Really? Do you know what system he used? Man, I wonder if he used
That's right.
Went skiing on Sunday, and skiing I'm fine. I was fasting. I just don't have a reaction strength I used to have. And so it's blue runs for me, baby. From the time and now this year it's successful. Yeah. You know, if you're skiing, we were going to take 30 runs.
Do I have to turn in this paper first?
Really look around. Oh, I always like yeah. And I contributed now online blogs due to getting it to being out for 3 Oh, dude, I'm just gonna have to stay at
Sorry, I'm like.
Take our seats, please.
What would have been? I'm sure you
Well, ostensibly someplace, the person is outside. They're all children of me. From my point of view, here it is.
Take our seats, please.
My coffee sitting in here.
So, anyone who's, we have about a dozen people who expressed an interest in speaking. They filled out a green form here. If you haven't filled out a form and wish to speak, please see the police chief for a form. Get that taken care of real quick here. Just a few ground rules for the public hearing. We have about a dozen people. If everybody could speak for no more than 3 minutes, we could be done in 36 minutes. I know that's pretty optimistic and delusional, but with some thought, we could do that. We ask that you not repeat a topic that's already been brought forward. So if you have a good, fresh idea, we'd like to hear that. Repetition, I'm also excited about. Please be civil. Please address the council as a whole.
May I say something?
Please.
If there's a member of the public who doesn't necessarily want to take up the time to repeat what everybody else has already said, but you agree with something that's been said and you come to let us know that that's important to you, you know, if you could just take a minute and say, I agree with that, so that your presence here is acknowledged and your position is made known to us.
Great. So let's be civil. Do we have any additional forms from anyone? All right. The public comment portion will be open. First person I'd like to speak is Lynn Edinger Hardwell. Lynn?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, and President Council. Lynn Harwell, I'm just down the road here, 514 El Paso, Director of Operations at Sun Wellness Companies, which is Sunwater Spa, Sun Mountain Center. And coming from that context of, you know, being one of the larger employers in Manitou Springs, and being what we believe is a quintessential business of Manitou, dealing with health and wellness and lodging, food and farming, the arts, and mineral water. We want to advocate for this. The COG Railway is also quintessential to Manitou Springs. It's historical. It's a great business. It has been around for a long, long time. It is important to the future and the well-being of Manitou, which is very important to me. So, you know, on behalf of myself, of leadership of our company, of our staff, all of our employees, which are numbering around 100, we would ask that you fully support this measure tonight, this application for major conditional use, and give it the approval. And you know, it's been presented well by the city. I think it more than fulfills the 5 criteria that was in the document and that City Attorney Parker referred to earlier this evening. And we just ask you to make this happen. Let's get going. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I agree. I agree.
Just to help us up here in the front, could you raise your hands, all who agree with? Good. Thank you very much. Next, and I should have mentioned that we really do need to focus on the essence of the task at hand here, which is the COG conditional use permit. So there's some tangential things we need to avoid those, but to stick to the topic. Next speaker, Chris Vogt. Did I say that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's good.
Chris, 3 minutes.
I love the way you talk. I could listen to you for even longer.
I agree.
My wife's retarded.
I heard that 12 and a half decades and all that. I thought, wow, I've been there that long. So I've been there like 2.5 decades. What I don't, and why I agree, it's a great vision. How can you complain about the train when it's been there for so long? It isn't about the train. It isn't about their business. It's about when they made that change and became part of the problem of incline parking. The small part, but it became a huge problem. Do you have a permit or a train ticket? If you don't, you're gonna turn around that day, or can you go park? You create mass confusion up there. Lines of parking coming down Ruskin. So it's this one thing, I mean, all this great comments that they're making, and I have no problem with it, except incline parking. Because what you're doing, what you're saying is, we don't have a congestion problem, let's bring more incline people up there. And for years, it's been the incline's a problem, the incline's a problem. Agreed, the incline's a problem. They joined in and became part of the problem, not the solution, on this small part of this huge project.
Thank you, Chris. Next speaker, Jay Rohr. Jay Rohr? Oops, sorry. Well,
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, councilors. My name is Jay Rohr. I live at 208 Bruxton Avenue. Community, we're all part of many communities. We have our family community, we've got our neighbors, street, neighborhood, civic organizations we might belong to. We have our city, greater regional, like the Pikes Peak region that we're members of, state, country, world. I want you to be thinking about all of these different communities that we belong to and add them into the mix of what you're thinking about doing tonight. I'm lucky enough to participate at the Colorado Governor's Tourism Conference the last several years. This last year was a great one. And the conversation was about place and what makes a place and what goes into a place. It's the cultural aspect of the people and their attitudes and how they act. It's the built environment. This beautiful downtown that's pretty unique in the number of historic buildings we have. It's the natural environment. And it's our quirky events that we have in this town. It's also Pikes Peak. It's also the Cog Railway. And all of these things go into making our place be what it is. I ask that you take those two things, the community and the greater Pikes Peak community, and think about what makes this place be this place and why we want to be here. And the COG is an integral piece of that place making. And I ask that you approve this conditional use as presented to keep those two things going the way they have been going for so long. Thank you.
I guess in keeping with what we did previously, anyone who agrees, please raise your hand. Thank you. Next speaker will be Daniel Price.
Good evening, my name is Daniel Price. I'm a lifetime resident of the area, and I've worked in Manitou for 7 years. I just want to say I've gone on the COG my whole life, and I've watched it majorly impact businesses not being open. So I want to say to approve this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor, I agree. Raise your hands. Thank you. Jerome Carter.
Hello, my name is Jerome Carter. Thank you, Council and Mayor, for having us all here tonight to discuss this issue. For my mind, I believe that the Cog Railway is very important. I have to know that the amount of value that it brings to the community, both financially and culturally, is far greater than the amount of time that it needs to take to approve this variance so that you can have little bit of extra room for parking or whatever it is that's going on. So I hopefully encourage all of us to move forward and approve this measure. Thank you.
Thank you. Again, all agree, show hands. Thank you. Charles Chuck Murphy. Chuck Murphy?
I'm the not as handsome one as my dad. I'm here with my dad of 62 years, Charles Murphy. Who, although we don't live in Manitou Springs, our heart is here. We live in Colorado Springs. My father has been active in Manitou Springs since I was 9 years old at the Townhouse Lounge, the Barker House Hotel, the Cliff House, the Manitou Arts Center, and the Manitou Springs Spa. He also owned a house on Minnehaha and the old Banana Manor before it was the Banana Manor. Anyway, I'm grateful for you and your volunteering. Not you, you get paid, but the rest of your volunteering here today. It's a tough job, and I'm grateful for you. My mom and dad and my wife and I have been partners in what was originally appropriately called Pikes Peak Tours, now Gray Line. Gray Line was actually started by Mr. Penrose in the 1920s. And full disclosure, we also have a contract to provide the majority of the transportation for the Broadmoor Hotel. When the train closed 2 years ago, we started taking people on the highway up Pikes Peak. Last year we took 16,000 people up Pikes Peak. When the train reopens, I want you all to be there on the first train with me. I've asked to be in. It's such an integral part of the history of Colorado, of the United States. We tremendously really need this attraction back for Manitou, for the city, for the state. There's questions about transportation. My company makes a living on picking up people at hotels all around the region, campgrounds, bed and breakfasts, wherever, to bring them to different attractions such as the COG. We certainly think that there's a bright dollar to be made on bringing people into Manitou and letting them shop and eat here. And we hope to also be one of many people that bring people here in different fashions wherever we're able to find parking for them to get them into Manitou Springs and to the COG so that these visitors can come and enjoy our region and what we have to offer. Urge you to help this wonderful tradition continue for another 129 years. And I have, if there are any questions you might have. All right. All those in favor of what I like?
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Next, Randy Hodges.
Being Council, Randy Hodges, resident, 142 Clarksley Road. Businesses at 711 Manitou Avenue, 906 Manitou Avenue. I simply stand here to encourage you to approve the conditional use the staff has presented tonight. Thank you.
All who agree? Thank you. Leslie Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor and members of council. The COG is a major part of our history and our heritage. They're also a major economic driver in the community and a major economic employer. We've seen sales tax as of December is actually not bad. However, if you look at the lodging industry, it is down. For 2018, I believe it's almost 5%. So with the COG coming back, they attract visitors from all over the world who shop, dine, and stay here. People want to be close to the railway so they can get there and they can enjoy all that Manitou has to offer. So I would like to also ask you to approve the conditional use. Thank you.
All who agree? Tim Haas.
Good evening. My name is Tim Haas. I own the Garden of God's Trading Post at 324 Becker's Lane, Manitou Outpost 807 Manitou Avenue, Mountain High Sportswear at 956 Manitou Avenue, Mountain High Gallery and Gifts at 11 Arcade, and the Vault at 814 Manitou Avenue. I just jotted a few questions down as I kind of did a little number crunching today, and I'll try not to duplicate what others have said, but I think I found some interesting things that hopefully just continue to persuade all of you that it's the right direction to move forward. I sat through 3 hours in the Planning Commission a few weeks ago. There were lots of interesting comments, and it eventually ended with a unanimous vote. I would say this has been hashed and rehashed for over 2 years with multiple public meetings. And as I dove into the finances of this a little bit today, I realized that Manitou needs the COG a whole lot more than the COG needs Manitou. And I think that some people lose sight of that. In my opinion, the COG has jumped through every hoop imaginable to be allowed to spend $100 million in our community. It's amazing to me, some of the challenges it's been presented with. What have they done during this time? They've donated $1.25 million to the city to help keep the budget where it is today. They've kept all of their staff employed. We heard earlier they renegotiated a contract. They didn't have to because they want to be a good neighbor. So the question I have is, why are we here? Why are we debating this? It seems like a slam dunk to me. I can tell you that as a business owner, I've personally seen the impact of the COG being closed in the short term, and I truly don't want to see the impact in the long term. At the Planning Commission meeting I mentioned, our stores in downtown Manitou lost about $500,000 in sales last year. That's not just the COG. I realize construction, some other things impacted it, but I guarantee the COG being closed hurt. It did. And it makes it hard for us to continue to employ people when we're down $500,000 in certain areas. For the record.
About 3 seconds.
Okay. For 3 minutes? Okay. Yeah. Then what I will mention is I looked at the 2020 city budget. It's about $11 million in revenue. 75% of that is taxes. Of that chunk, 81% is sales tax and amusement tax. 19% is property taxes. So those that have said, oh, it's fine, it's no big deal, the COG is closed, it's not true. You need to raise property taxes 56% to balance out the loss of the COG, and I doubt anybody wants to do that. So
thank you.
I'll stop. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We agree.
Great, okay. We're fast learners here tonight, huh? Dave Mulberton.
Good evening, Council. Dave Overton. I live at 213 Pilot Knob. I'm a 32-year resident, and I want to see the COG succeed. I really want to see them continue. I appreciate their investment in the community. However, all that said, being a resident up there, the big issue for me is parking and traffic. And I think that's really the crux of this conditional use permit in my mind. And I know they're working on it, but I just want to emphasize how important that is as a resident up there and someone who deals with the COG on a daily basis. I love the COG. Spencer Wren's been a great corporate citizen in the community. He's worked with us over the years doing science on the property. He's been golden as a corporate player. And I'm really concerned about the traffic and the parking and this growth that's continuing in that part of the canyon. That said, there is one document in the packet. I read the packet cover to cover, if you might imagine. There's this document called, and it's not the COGS document from what I understand, it's called the traffic statement. And there's a data point in here that is a derivative of the Ruxton Avenue corridor study. It calls the resident load on Ruxton is 1,899 trips up and down Ruxton from residents, from 202 units, which I assume are households. And I did the math on that. That's 9.4 trips a day. Now, I mean, I'm gonna ask you folks at the dais, I mean, how many of you make 9.4 trips a day from your home? Show of hands. I don't think that's an accurate data point. I just want to point that out. Again, I support the COG. My concern is traffic and parking, and I really support the idea of transportation hub and mass transit.
Thank you. All who agree, show of hands. Agree. Thank you. Next, Bill Kerner.
Thank you, Council, for letting me speak to you. I'm Bill Kerner. I live at 205 Ruxton Avenue, and I'm also on the Transportation Department Board with my comments coming from DHS. I, too, have enjoyed the COG over the years. I remember what was it, 1991, 100th anniversary of the COG. We got the old engine out and took it out part way, and that was a lot of fun. And so, but I've always sort of been a railroad buff to begin with. I support the conditional use, but I would ask that some additional conditions be added to it. And let me be specific here. One of the things that on Lower Ruxton we encounter is what I call the slug. And that's the mass of cars when the COG lets out. And all the cars come down Ruxton, the traffic backs up beyond the Catholic Church. And it affects not only Ruxton, Lower Ruxton, but also downtown. And I think there is a way, and I think there was some allusion to the COG looking at this, to meter the traffic such that it's not let out all at once when a train shows up at the depot. It comes out more gradually. I'm not quite sure how that would be done, but I look at the interstates and I see that the traffic onto the interstate is metered. You got a little red light that turns green, some cars go, turns red, cars stop, and it seems to work to keep the congestion down. And that's a very important aspect of this. And since one of the conditions that we really look at very carefully is the value and quality of the neighborhood. And I think that bears directly on it. The other issue is one of money. And it's money that the BARC trail lot uses to provide additional improvements to Ruxton. It also helps support, to the tune of about $40,000, to rehabilitate the BARC trail. When the COG has the lot available, like not now, obviously, but in off times, and starts allowing incliners to park there for a fee, it totally undercuts the ability of the city to raise the money to support the shuttle and support the rehabilitation of the COG BARC trail. So I would ask that those two conditions be added as articles of approval to the request, and I support the granting of conditional use with those two added. Thank you.
Thank you. All in agreement? Thank you. JB.
I have no idea why I have these notes here. I can't read them. But anyway, my name is Jay Beaton, and I live at 124 Fairview Avenue, where I've lived for 27 years. Close enough to the COG that my daughter's first declarative sentence was all aboard. And I want to say that for most of those years, the COG has been a stellar neighbor. And as Dave said a few minutes ago, Spencer Wren is a stellar corporate neighbor, and I'm assuming he's mentoring Ted well, and that Ted will follow in his footsteps. I'm all in favor of the COG continuing to operate, but of course there's a but here. And that but has to do with providing parking for the incline. What was interesting was at the Planning Commission meeting, when I brought this up, when the folks from the COG and some others rebutted, they all mentioned that the problem is the incline. I think we all know that. But if you allow parking up in the COG lot for the incline, all you're doing is you're saying, yes, the incline is the problem, let's exacerbate the problem while we're at it. And the problem is horrible in that neighborhood when traffic gets backed up from incline traffic trying to park in the COG lot. Now, my understanding, they only want to make this available during off-season, but I'll remind you that in March, about 4 years ago, we had a record day at the incline where 2,800 people used the incline. That's a lot of traffic. What we've been able to do over the past couple of years, and if you take a look at the statistics, I'm sure you'll find this bears out, the number of shuttle riders has increased significantly. So, and that has reduced traffic in the canyon considerably. If the COG goes back and starts to allow parking, incline parking, even in off times, on a nice summer day, lots of people are going to go up there. And it sends a little bit of confusion into the market. Do I use the shuttle or don't I? Is there parking up there or isn't there? And the bottom line is, why is it ever necessary when all it does is exacerbate a problem? One of the other problems that arrived with the COG allowing incline parking, 30 seconds, were the team building exercises from the military bases. One fabled event about 4 years ago when there were several thousand soldiers from Fort Carson who all showed up starting at 4:15 one morning. And where did they find a place to park? In the COG lot. So when this happened, the COG ceased being the good neighbor it's always been. I just want them to return to being that wonderful neighbor that they've always been. And please do something to somehow restrict incline parking if you can. Thank you.
Thank you. First off, all would agree? Thank you. Do you have a question for the attorney?
Yeah, Mr. Parker, clarify for me. Earlier you said that the COG has a conditional use permit already, and that is for the parking lot.
That's to operate the commercial parking for the incline. But this application is actually includes a new approval of commercial parking for the COG lot. So it actually would supersede the existing.
Okay, thank you.
Next speaker is Shanti Toll.
Thank you, City Council. My name is Shanti Toll at 457 Crystal Hills. I also support the COG, but I do think there is a conditional use that needs to be provided. And that is, I'm agreeing with Jay and Bill, that given 10, 20, 30 years, the Wexton turnaround where it comes into Manitou Avenue, we need to have less cars going there. So I think that the issue about the tax incentive program that was originally set would say that they would work together with the city to try to attempt to solve the problem. I think that in this conditional use, the purpose here is to have put some force behind that the COG has a responsibility to the city to help mitigate traffic problems, and it will help them also because they don't want their people being stuck in long traffic jams too. So I would think that we need to add something that says instead of we're going to look at an attempt to solve the problem, I think there should be a conditional use that commits the COG to an ongoing process financially and communication-wise of solving problems going into the future, particularly around the Hiawatha Garden area, whether or not there's a building that during peak season, there will be times that there's not enough parking up above for all the people. And so I am a strong supporter of public transportation and supporting that process. And the COG is a big part of Manitou Springs seeing a new future, 10 years, 20 years from now, that is more based on public transportation rather than individual cars. And I think that that should be stated as a clear conditional use, and then I absolutely support the COG.
Thank you. All who agree? Thank you. Everyone who asked to speak has spoken. I think that speaks well of the crowd here tonight. Good. So at this point, we return the podium to the applicant for comments. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Green.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and fellow council members. You run a mighty good meeting, sir. I can say that because I spent a lot of time with Colorado Springs City Council on a bi-weekly basis. What I do want to say is one of the reoccurring things we heard this evening is about the traffic. And the COG has been here. It's one of the longest running businesses in the Pikes Peak region. And when I first came to the city of Colorado Springs, previously I was the county administrator, one of the things I noticed is that the city of Colorado Springs agreed to accept the management of the incline. And I scratched my head and wondered why the city of Colorado Springs would do this. And I went through an educational process. And I realized that with the city's willingness to accept responsibility for the management of the incline, we're providing a great community benefit for not only the region and the state, but the country. People come from all over the world to experience the incline, but also accept responsibilities as part of the city is that with the management of the incline is we're also contributing to the traffic impacts for the city of Manitou Springs. And so there's been a series of meetings over the last 2 years. The city's participated in the traffic studies. And where we are is you have a commitment from the city of Colorado Springs so that we can work through and collaborate on a parking strategy. There's a commitment from the city through our city's enterprise to look at a parking structure and to be a collaborative partner here. I believe, Mr. Mayor, you received a similar greeting from Mayor John Suthers earlier today. And so I just want to reiterate our commitment to you. But as far as being good neighbors, and as far as being a great collaborator, we have a responsibility here to work together. And let's sit down and work this thing out. But I also would encourage you, as the Broadmoor's been a good neighbor, the COG's been a good neighbor, to approve this permit tonight.
Thank you very much. And just to confirm Mr. Green's remarks, I did have a very gracious phone call from Mayor Suthers today. He expressed his interest in being a good partner in this. Would the applicant like to take the podium? Your opportunity to respond or make further comments if you like.
I'm fully supportive of those that are supportive. Just a couple of real quick things. As part of our own traffic efforts, we're really going to accentuate communication in every way reasonably possible. So during the high season, which is a very short period for the COG, it really begins with looking at the statistics in the last couple of days on a daily basis. It begins about Memorial Day and ends toward the end of July. We originally thought it was mid-August, but frankly, the numbers just don't support that. It's late July. So what we're going to do is we're going to, and I've been very clear about this, COG customers have priority. And if our lots are full or approaching full or going to be full, we're going to communicate with anybody that thinks they're going to come up to enjoy the incline, but there is no parking up there for them. We don't know exactly how, because Johnson is working on that, and that's important. That's as important to us as it is to the city. So it's a problem that we think we can get resolved. Mr. Kerner raised the issue about staggering people so that there doesn't become clogged both going in and going out. That's a very delicate balance, but we are doing some things, and we've been working on it for some period of time. We've gone to professionals to help us analyze this. We've gone to trade shows to see what the latest equipment is. But there's an art to it, and it's an art and a science. As funny as it may seem, putting 18 new bathroom stalls in there will help with that. Enhancing the gift shop will do that. Having a grab-and-go beverage stop inside the gift shop will help with that, because what it prevents is a mass of people all leaving at the same time. So although the stagger is somewhat slight, it is a stagger, and that helps us control the traffic. On the other hand, you don't want people just lingering around for a number of reasons. So it's something we're very cognizant about, and trying to strike that balance of moving people in and out is something we work very diligently on, including 2 arrival and departure tracks, so that one train can depart while another comes down, unloads and departs, and goes back and forth. So that is not something that has escaped us. It's been a focus for a long time. And as far as our commitment to the city, it's all memorialized in a written contract that's binding on us and binding on the city. So there's not really anything else to do. And I'd be happy to entertain any questions from the council.
How many bathroom stalls did you used to have?
Good ones or in general? No, seriously, we would have 1 or 2 broken almost all the time because the plumbing was quite old. I think, Spencer helped me with this, in the men's room, 8 in the men's, 5 in the women's, 3 in the men's. 5 in the women's, 3 in the men's, and that's with a lot of people coming and going. So we've tripled the size of that and created its own separate building that's, for a restroom, is pretty attractive. It's commensurate with the rest of the buildings.
Any other questions for Mr. Pearson from council? Thank you, sir.
Just as a matter of policy, would you, or policy or agreement, would you consider not allowing incline parking in your parking lot unless the bar lot is full?
Well,
I'm not sure that that would solve anything. It's just a question that I have.
Yeah, we've looked at that. I don't know. Our conclusion is it didn't solve anything. What solves things is coordination and digital equipment that is signaling, both internet-based, but also on the streetways themselves. And then I might add that the incline is subject to a 3-party agreement between us and Colorado Springs and City of Manitou, and that would be a decision for the 3 of us rather than me standing here.
Any other questions, council? Thank you, Mr. Pearson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Now I would invite the staff to take the podium, if desired. And does council have any questions for staff? All right then. Well, in that case, we close the public hearing portion of this meeting, and we move to council deliberation. So I guess I would kind of like to know where council stands with this. If we could just go around the table here and get a quick kind of assessment, we can read the temperature of council. Councilman Todd?
Just to give a temperature check. Number 1, I'm really excited about all the progress that's been made. 4 years I've been on council, and certainly the last 2 years as we delved into this challenge together with the COG, together with the incline, together with the City of Colorado Springs, etc. Great progress. Tonight, the conditional use permit demonstrates a lot of progress, a lot of things have been accomplished, agreed to, compromised, collaborated on, fantastic. But what I do see is a number of items, roughly a half a dozen, that require, in my opinion, further information and or further closure of where we stand tonight. And I would hope that that could be done in a month's time and have an expedited review back up through City Council. And that's where I am at the moment, but 100% behind the soft opening in early 1, and absolutely making formal opening in May.
Councilman Jacob?
Thank you. You know, it's such an honor to represent the people of Manitou, and I am just impressed at the turnout tonight. And I'm impressed that so many of you came up to the podium and gave us your heartfelt thoughts on this process, which isn't easy. So I'm grateful that we've heard from residents and business owners and the chamber, and I just want you to know that I heard you, and I'm hearing an overwhelming sense that that the COG is one of the most important jewels that we have in our community. As the token environmentalist here, I look at the parking and the traffic problem not just as a parking and a traffic problem. I look at it as a health issue. I look at it as emissions. I look at it as idling tour buses. So as a very concerned citizen, it's unfortunate that environmental impact statements and emission studies were not required and not done. That said, we need to reduce the number of cars going up there for the health and well-being of our citizens as well. And I just want to keep that in mind as we move forward, keeping that as one of our large initiatives of Manitou as a spa and wellness place where people do come to hike and do the incline. We want to make sure that this is a clean and environmentally friendly place to visit and to live.
Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem Fortune?
I would have to respectfully disagree with Mr. Haas in that I think the COG needs us as much as we need the COG. I think that the city and the COG are just tied at the hips in terms of success. So I also think that the TMMT, so much work has gone into that. I see staff working like crazy on it. I see the COG coming to the table to be good partners. I see Colorado Springs, which I'm very encouraged by, and I hope there's follow through there, to partner with us. The fact that you took responsibility or accountability for that means a great deal, and that you put that out in public tonight. So I'm inclined to, and I'm also impressed that the Planning Commission put this through as they did. So I'm inclined to support it with the conditions outlined.
Thank you. The mayor reserves the right to speak last. Councilwoman Wolf.
Thank you. I also love the COG, and I'm glad the COG is here and anticipate they will stay. But I also, being a lawyer, I like to follow the law. Or at least, it's my first inclination. And I would like the COG to follow the code. And I don't agree with the items that were waived by the planning department or from the predecessor of the current planning department director, I should say. So I would be supporting a remand along the lines of Mr. Todd's suggestion to the planning department and have them receive from the COG a public facilities and service impact report that complies with our code 160840D subsections 1 through 12, which specifically require us that before we allow any business to do a special use like this, we are required to ensure that the impact on traffic and parking is not substantial. And I believe it's inappropriate to be aspirational and say, well, we signed this other tax incentive agreement, and in there we agreed that we would work on future agreements. Well, that is not legally enforceable. And I don't think it would be lawful to accept in my opinion, the proposal from staff with conditions, because those conditions essentially say We don't need a traffic analysis. We don't need to know if they're going to bus people up and down the way they do at Seven Falls so that we don't have a terrible impact on the neighborhood. We'll just work it out later. Well, no. But the code doesn't say if you promise to work it out later and you've been here for 140 years, then sure, we'll give you a permit now and we'll just hope it all works out. To me, that's like getting your high school diploma now and then you're going to finish your junior and senior year of high school later. That's not what the code says. The other important point, that's important to me at least, is that the town had every opportunity when it entered into this contract with us, the tax incentive agreement, to say, we want to be excused from the requirements of the conditional use permit and the Manitou law. We don't want to have to follow those because we're putting $50,000 into this mobility study and we're doing all this great stuff. They didn't say that. It says the opposite. It says they still have to comply with Manitou law. So unless we pass a new ordinance that says, oh, don't make the COG comply because if they just promise they'll work it out with us later, that's good enough. No. I think we have a duty to obey. We as council members have a duty to obey our own code. Even if sometimes in some situations we don't like it. And our code says that we are required to review the traffic proposal and how all these passengers will be managed. We're required to review that before we decide, oh, this is going to probably work out. This will work out, yes, then you'll get your permit. But you don't get the permit now and then promise we'll work it out later. To me, that's insane. So I would recommend sending it back. I'm in favor of Mr. Todd's suggestion that this be expedited. I don't want to drag our feet or cause any delays, but you know, the COG is smart. It doesn't take a rocket science to hire a traffic engineer, get the studies done like all the other applicants have to do, show us how you're going to move people around, show us how many people are going to be in your passenger cars that you're sending up and down there for your customers. You don't need to worry about the incline. We don't want you to tell us how you're going to move the incliners up and down the hill. I want to know how they're going to move their own customers up and down the hill to perform their business. And that's what the law requires. So that would be my position.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. My questions mainly come from the staff report. Can I ask questions of the staff?
Yes.
Yeah.
So just for the point, if you're going to ask questions of staff, you need to reopen the public hearing because that's actually going to be additional testimony and evidence provided for you to consider.
I'll reopen the public hearing for the purpose of city staff to answer questions.
Thank you. What I'm interested in is, I think without dispute, that everybody in this room wants to see the COG reopen. But I think we all know the elephant in the room, which is the traffic and congestion. And so I guess what I'm kind of curious about in the staff report, in the staff application assessment and the reply, you've been talking about addressing baseline operations. And I think these map exactly back into the agreement that the city and the COG signed, which was that we would meaningfully reduce traffic congestion on Ruxton Avenue in downtown Manitou Springs. So I think it's a little bit sort of what kind of Shanti was talking about. So I guess I'm kind of curious if I can get some staff recommendations as to how we're going to kind of close that gap between kind of this aspirational language that we're going to close the gap, that we're going to get kind of baselines. And because what's not helpful to me is that we have basic hours of operation, so many trips per day, okay, trains of a certain capacity, but that doesn't tell me the parametrics of the traffic that's going to be generated and how that's going to be managed.
Councilman Wolford? My apologies.
That'd be helpful if I can have that answer.
Did you want me to?
Thank you, since we have a public hearing.
in the door 2.5 weeks ago. Thank you, Roy. And I went through and read the application and staff recommendations. I attended the part of the planning commission meeting. I had some of the same questions. I struggled with that in going back to some of my past professional experience in putting together large infrastructure projects and how does traffic planning work. I had to spend a little bit of time really thinking it through. The challenge we have is that this is being worked through. That was ultimately the answer to the question. This is ultimately being worked through right now. There's been a lot of work done to analyze traffic and to count parking spaces. And if we restrict this, if we restrict that, if we put in electronic signaling, the methodology being put in place right now to examine this and to come up with solutions seems well organized. Coming in as someone from the outside, just starting with city staff, there's a very good study group working on this. Laura Newman, who is here, she's heading up a lot of that effort. I think discussing a little bit about that may be appropriate as we move down this. That would be my quick answer to that question. It's a planning process, and I say planning not to be punny in that I'm the planning director, but truly, there's engineering involved. There's true engineering, there's true architecture that has to be involved in this. It is a professional endeavor. And there are a number of professionals lined up working on this right now.
So I guess my question is, we have a traffic statement, but we don't have got a traffic analysis. What would it take to get a traffic analysis? In other words, what I'm thinking of is the testimony we've heard tonight is that the COG anticipates a peak season from Memorial Day to late July. And then I think any of us who live in this town know that there's sort of kind of a shoulder season to that, and then there's sort of kind of the real quiet season.
Absolutely.
Okay. Is that unreasonable that we couldn't get some analysis done in terms of those three buckets, in terms of what those look like? Okay. What the mitigation strategies would be, and how we kind of baseline that, and how we get some teeth into this that we're agreeing to meaningfully reduce traffic congestion.
Sure. Your line of thinking isn't different than my line of thinking. There's a lot of good data that's been collected, and it's in a couple of different places. So it would not be difficult, I think, if we went through this process of gathering the data that's already been gathered and putting it together in a way that meaningfully answers that question.
Thank you.
Isn't that something that's usually done by the traffic engineer that is retained by the applicant, and then they submit that to your department, and then you review it, and then you make a recommendation to planning commission about whether it's acceptable? I mean, isn't that how it's usually done?
Not necessarily. I can't speak to the historical process here in Manitou Springs, but in my experience in doing this, a project such as this is a collaborative one between a municipality, possibly state agencies, possibly even federal agencies, and so the applicant is responsible for that. I come from a background of P3, public-private projects, where that could be. So it doesn't seem unusual to me at all. But again, I can't speak to what's appropriate and usual and customary for this case.
Just a quick point. So if we don't have any more questions, we can close the additional part of the public hearing and then have more council comments today.
Well, since we have Christina, council, you want to council have a question?
Yes, thank you. I guess I need a little bit of clarity on what Councilwoman Wolf asked for and what you just said. because it sounds like we didn't require that, although she's saying it's part of our code. And it sounds like we didn't require it. Can you refresh me on why that is?
Sure. It wasn't separately required, according to the notes that I have been able to inherit, as well as coordinating with Michelle and the rest of the city staff, because there's been so much effort put into the traffic mobility studies, the Ruxton Avenue corridor study. It was duplicative and perhaps undue in request and unnecessary.
First of all, this is, I don't think this is working. I got one. Thank you. Thanks, everybody. Oh, so, it's duplicative. See, that's the part where I'm struggling. Because I'm looking at 16.8.4, which is what, you know, I used to be in the planning commission where we processed these CUPs regularly. And it has 1 through, section D, 1 through 12, and, you know, it requires all this stuff, including a specific solution on how traffic will be managed. Traffic for the applicant, not traffic for the whole town or for the whole country. And I don't see how that's duplicative of anything, because what I've heard from, and I've been through all these meetings, is we're just all kind of promising to work it out later. So if I had a traffic plan from a traffic engineer that said, this is how we're going to do it, this is how many buses and shuttles we're going to send up there, and this is what time, and this is where we're going to drop them off, and this is how we're going to be queuing so we don't drop, you know, all that stuff doesn't duplicate anything I've heard about so far. Am I missing something, or what would we be duplicating if we're looking at just the COGS customers and how they manage their traffic? What's duplicative?
Sure. In considering this particular item, the studies that have been provided to me, and walking and being a citizen, the traffic's intertwined. The work that the different studies have brought forward, COG, traffic on Ruxton, the other amenities here in Manatee Springs, it was very difficult to delineate. That was what I was presented with. So based on that, I could only determine that it's difficult to separate them, if not impossible.
But my question is, if it were separated for you by a professional, you're not a traffic engineer. I'm not a traffic engineer. But if you have a traffic engineer report, and it said, this is how we're going to move the customers up and down the hill, this is where we're going to park, this is where we're going to, you know, they're going to park, we're going to pick them up, or however we're going to do it, or an overback. If you had that, that would not be duplicating anything you already have, would it? And if so, what is it duplicating? Because I haven't seen anything like that yet. All I've seen is we have these great ideas. We've spent years talking about them. We haven't hired a traffic engineer to put it in writing for us, but if a traffic engineer put it in writing for you, wouldn't you be able to process it and do what the code says and make your recommendations from there? I mean, this is 1 through 12. This is like a lot of information that you're saying, oh, let's not make them do this. Let's not make them do this because it would be duplicative. But I don't think it would be.
As a professional, having hired many traffic engineers, if a traffic engineer brought forth in the city of Manatee Springs a report that only considered COG traffic and a traffic plan specific only to COG traffic, I would return it. And they would not be paid because that would be an insufficient picture of what's happening in the city.
Thank you.
That's a very good question. It's very good.
Councilman Moore. This is part of public hearing.
Having further questions for
Does anyone have any further questions for Mr. Dodd?
So in the public hearing session, Ms. Lundberg, let's go with your assumption that this collaboration is going to work out. We certainly see progress being made, so you know all the indications are like you indicated. However, tonight we're gonna approve or not a conditional use permit, with this part being incomplete. So my question is, can we, maybe Jeff can chime in on this, can we approve the conditional use permit with some carve-outs saying this particular area was not approved, it needs to be approved within a date certain?
So basically, I think ultimately it's up to city council to determine whether or not what's required has been provided, whether or not the TMP, whether or not the Rexon Avenue corridor study satisfy the requirements of the traffic analysis. I've heard certain council members clearly articulate that they don't believe it does, and they need more detailed information. So if you do decide that it doesn't meet the requirements of the code, you don't have information to approve or conditionally approve the CUP. I'm not a fan of having a condition that basically needs to be met in the future and then come back, decide whether it's been approved or not. I think it's ultimately, you need to decide whether or not to approve with conditions that will allow it to operate now, or whether it needs to be continued for more information, for it to come back to you, or remanded to the planning commission for them to consider that. Because having a condition that may or may not be met on a time basis is just, it's not really reviewing the criteria of the code as to whether or not the facts in front of you today allow you to approve the application. So the better process is to remand or continue for that to be provided to you directly later.
And from my perspective, and the 5 other areas that I'll delve into later, that's unfortunate because perhaps the COG could then address if this is delayed for a period of time versus having a partial 80% green light, which we might be able to do, which we cannot do. So it's either a green light or a red light. If we have a red light for, let's just say, a month, 6 weeks, what impact does that have?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be as brief as I can. First, I want to address a pervasive issue. There is no such thing as just a COG customer. And let me explain that. If somebody brings their family into town to have lunch, and they park downtown and they have a pizza and some ice cream and buy some goods down here, and then later travel out to the COG, either by foot or by car or by shuttle or any other means of transportation, are they just a COG's customer or are they a Manitou customer? If they go to the COG first and then later come into town, are they just a COG customer or are they Manitou customer? So it's not binary. There is no such thing as, that's an overstatement. There are some people that just come into town, ride the COG and leave. But the predominance of our customers, and we encourage this, and it's part of the tax incentive agreement to encourage them leaving our facility and coming into town and spending money and creating tax revenue. That's in the document. So it's easy to think of Ruxton as segregated and the COG as segregated, but that's really just not the reality of the situation. The traffic and parking issues in Manitou are citywide, and I agree planning commissioner or director's opinion that if a traffic engineer came in and said, here's how you fix Ruxton, that's incompetent, because there is no fix of it without addressing the other. It's very much a domino effect. Everything affects everything. So it really needs to be a citywide solution. As far as an independent traffic study, the agreement we made 2 years ago was to contribute $50,000, which was a third of the cost of the existing then proposed studies, to get those done on a citywide basis rather than do a singular incompetent study on one street in a town of community streets. That was the agreement. That's why it wasn't done. It wasn't done because we ignored the code or anything else. It was a higher purpose than doing something that was rather pointless. As far as the city of Colorado Springs, I too spoke with the mayor today. I would stake my life on his good faith on the city of Colorado Springs participating in a comprehensive solution here. But I would also be willing to suggest that being voted down after we've already committed $100 million is not going to be well received by anybody, because that just wasn't the deal. And last, in response to Councilor Wolf's question, we actually did request that the whole CUP process be eliminated because we are not a new business. We're the oldest business in town, and we were told that under the charter of the city of Manitou Springs, that could not be allowed. So that's why we had it. Otherwise, we were all in agreement that we either needed to be addressed or waived. You couldn't waive it. And therefore, that's where we are today. I hope that answers the questions that have been asked.
Do you have any further questions for Mr. Pearson? Mr. Todd?
Yeah, Mr. Pearson, if I may, the question of if parts of this get remanded back to the planning staff or the commission and causes a 6-week delay, what would be that impact?
Uncertain. What we've done is certain. We've committed. We've made money. We've done things literally all over the globe. In my opinion, it's time to pass this. Will it stop the project? I don't think it would stop the project, but I don't really know what additional 6 items that you're talking about, so it's hard to address. I can tell you, we've provided everything there is to provide. We don't have anything more. We were providing stuff as late as yesterday. So if there's things we haven't provided, I don't know what they are. And so we're kind of an empty bank with that.
Fair enough. We'll get to other items. Thank you.
Good, thank you.
Anything else for Mr. Pearson? Thank you. Well, let's see. I'm going to go ahead and close the hearing. Excuse me, you recognize Mr. Green?
Just want to note the public hearing's still open. Mr. Green.
Still, yes, public hearing's still open, Mr. Green.
I do appreciate that. I've been listening to this discussion, and I take very seriously what any elected official questions, when question staff, when staff provides input. You have some great professional staff here. I've known Ms. Lowenberg for several years. Ms. Lowenberg's response relates to the traffic planning. I spend a lot of time with planners. Actually, city planners accuse me of being a closet planner. I take land use very important. I take traffic planning very important. I take our transportation infrastructure very important. The parking enterprise, what Mr. Lee does, that's very important. When you look at what's happening here in Manitou Springs, the reason why I'm here tonight, the reason why the mayor of Colorado Springs, it wasn't just because Mr. Pearson called. The mayor and I have had conversations for some time now, is that you have a transportation traffic issue in this community. A few weeks ago, we had some friends that visited from out east, and they spent some time in Garden of Gods, and they came over here. And there was nowhere to park. And I know the area, so I know where the side streets are, where you can find places to park and do certain things. And I recognize, just through being over here for a short period of time, that it's the incline that's contributing to it, but it's also the other commercial uses, and you're also a major tourist destination. When you take into all these variables that are making this impact, you can get a traffic impact analysis, you pay thousands of dollars for it, and they will give you a very specific plan, but if you don't take into account all the other impacts, the plan is basically useless. It doesn't provide you the specifics. When we negotiated several years ago that we would all partner and collaborate on this mobility study, the city of Colorado Springs didn't have to do that. But we felt we had accountability and responsibility because what the city controls and operates within your jurisdiction has a major impact on this community. And what I'm concerned about is since the opening of the incline, the popularity of the incline, is that the COG is blamed for that, is punished for that. And so what we're requesting from you is to approve the permit, but you have the commitment from the city of Colorado Springs to collaborate and work through this. This has to be an integrated strategy on how we approach this. It's how you look at traffic planning for the entire community. So you can build parking structures, you can change your metering, you can use technology. I thank the Lord every day that we have somebody like Mr. Lee here who has come here because he has changed how we look at traffic responsibilities for the city of Colorado Springs. We're dealing with similar situations as we have the United States Olympic Committee coming online, as we have the new Widener Stadium is coming online, as we have the Robeson Arena coming online. We have traffic impacts today, and we're having to manage that. But when you look at this process, we're urging you to approve this permit. We're going to work through the traffic situation, but it's not simple as just a specific traffic plan for the incline. It has to be a collaborative approach. And that's what we're urging you today, is for us to be collaborative. And I understand about, I believe very strongly what Mr. Reagan said many years ago, trust but verify. But you have it writing, Mr. Mayor, from the Mayor of Colorado Springs, his commitment. So let's move forward this evening and work through this and define a strategy that benefits the citizens of this community, addresses the impacts, but it's also the city of Colorado Springs doing a good thing.
Thank you. With that, I will close the public hearing, knowing that if need be, we can open it again. Okay. Remind council where we were at. We were going around the table, kind of getting the temperature feeling for where we're at. So Councilwoman Wolbrick's turn to respond.
Thank you. I want to take a moment to recognize some changes that have happened since we started this at the beginning of 2018. Those of us who were up here, Nancy, Bob, and myself, from the previous council, we spent 2 years working very hard to put together a really professional city staff that can help Manitou come through these types of challenges with a sense of professionalism and can really serve our residents the way that they need to be served. And I'm proud to sit here tonight and say that we have come such a long way with this in every aspect of our development. And I think that one of the things when I started on council is we had a consultant come out and they told us that we were in the juvenile stage or the adolescent stage or something. And I think we all kind of took offense at that a little bit. But I think as hard as the last 2 years might have been, we've really made some progress in that. And it's important to recognize that tonight as we go into this decision tonight, that we do have a staff that I feel is capable of serving our citizens well. And that's a huge step for us. And I think that we have to recognize that and have some faith in it. And for the first time that I've been here on council, we have a city engineer who I met with last week. I also spent some time with Christine and talked about the issues that she brought up in her very first part of her statement about the areas where she thought we could do a little more work and how she wants to change the wording of that a little bit tonight so we can address that. I feel I've heard the citizens who've talked to me a lot about the incline. And I think also that for the first time, I feel like staff is hearing that and staff is committed to working on that. And I just want to point out that we're in a very different space than we were 2 years ago. It's a really good space for our city. And I think that we need to move forward tonight. And I have faith and confidence that our citizens will continue to be actively engaged in communicative. I am absolutely thrilled to see Colorado Springs here tonight. It's incredibly meaningful for this community to see you here, and I thank you for being here, and I hope to see you more as we move forward. And I think that's what I'd like to say tonight.
Thank you. And since I have passed, came around, it's my turn to speak now. I think we've made great efforts in the community. It's not just the city of Manitou, but it's been a collaboration with the Cog Railway, with the city of Colorado Springs. In addressing things like some of our terribly wicked problems, like traffic congestion, parking. Much of that was the focus of the Transportation Mobility Master Plan, which we just recently gave a blessing. We adopted that. As part of that, we had the Ruxton Corridor Functionality Study. And I think those things have pushed us towards a solution. We don't have the solution yet. We haven't poured concrete. We haven't actually taken shuttle buses up in the manner we perhaps anticipated. But I think we're getting a lot closer. I think it's time to move beyond studies. I think we do have we've had some very professional traffic engineering work done. I think we can move forward. I think the danger is if we don't move forward, we burn up time. We have 14 months before the Cog, hopefully that first Cog Railway train will be pulling out of the station. I'm a little I'm concerned about the time. We've put in 2 years of efforts here between a lot of people. I think we've worked well together. Initially, not so much, but then we really, I think, developed some trust, some bonds between groups. I think we can solve the remaining problems. Mr. Beaton, Mr. Kerr, Mr. Wolverton, certainly some of the points they brought up, those are issues that still need to be resolved. But I think we're in the process of doing that. I have faith that we've gotten this far. We've done a lot of heavy lifting. I think we can push on and get it done. I think we need to move with some deliberation and resolve to move forward. I am encouraged, and I was privy to a conversation with Mayor Suthers today. I can't divulge the whole thing, but he was extremely encouraging. He reiterated how important collaboration is. You see, he sent two of his top people here tonight to show the support and the continuing effort that they want to make with us. Really, I think good work has been done. I would be ready to vote for the conditional use permit as presented. That's where I'm at. So now I think we've taken the temperature of council. We've got some other questions. I'm going to see if anybody wants to entertain a motion. Mayor Pro Tem Fortune.
I move that we approve the conditional use permit for the Cog Railway as presented by staff this evening and as approved by the Planning Commission with the conditions, 2 of the conditions that are now moved to 3 and 4. I'm sorry, I thought I had them here. Yeah, city and applicant create a shuttle stop or transportation hub in the vicinity of the Cog facility as 3 and applicant operation only open to the public 7 to 9 as 4. Does that suffice as a motion?
I'm actually a little confused as to, because I see A, B, C, D, and E on my staff report.
I'm sorry, taking D and E and converting that taking 1 D and E and making that those 2, 3, and 4.
Got it. Okay, now I understand. Thank you.
We have a motion. A second.
Second.
We have a motion to second. Discussion. Mr. Todd.
What I would like to bring up in summary is 4 or 5 potential items that could either be handled by stating that this conditional use permit will be reevaluated in a year's time. And where I get that from is our tax incentive agreement does call for regular review, and at the time we negotiated that, we had various metrics around, like should we do it every 5 years and so on and so on. We left it open and flexible. So the items that I mentioned for example, could be addressed in a year's time by reevaluating conditional use permit to view then existing circumstances. The COG's open for won't be open for a year, but you can see the point I have, which is an early review of the conditional use agreement once things are running. Or the other choice is to, with this motion, highlight a few things to be resolved. So here's the things to be resolved, my suggestions. Number one, the citizens' input this evening about the COG lots being for COG passengers only. Number two, the need to have sidewalk infrastructure from Pilot Knob on up through the COG property. There are no sidewalks there today, just painted lines in the street. To me, that's a safety and health concern. Another health and safety concern is we do not have a solution to the fact that the incliners are on the, let's call it the north side of Ruxton Avenue. All the COG activity is on the south side, and we're talking about one mobility hub, which means that there's going to be a lot of cross traffic from patrons of either asset, the railway or the recreational asset, and we need to find a way to get those individuals safely across those, the upbound, the downbound road without them having to walk and meander through traffic anywhere up and down the whole grade of the area there. That's where the suggestion of a pedestrian bridge comes in, to look at that. Those would be the main items, along with the traffic study, which gets right at the point that at least 4 council members said they really want to know about the car traffic. And we don't really have a handle on the car traffic. So, however we handle these items, I think we need to explicitly handle them. And we can handle them by an early review of the conditional use permit, or we can handle them by some, to use Mr. Toll's statement, put some force behind having these things put through the grist mill. That's my opinion.
I would support a review of the conditional use permit a year after the COG opens, and I'll tell you why. First of all, everybody in this room wants the COG to open. We all want the COG railway here. Secondly, I am not worried about the COG making money. I'm not worried about you guys going broke. That's a cash cow. It's a wonderful financial investment for all of us. If you take an average of the 275 to 400,000 predicted riders at an average ticket price, that's the one thing I'm not worried about. At the end of the day, though, here's where we are. The citizens of Manitou want the COG railway. The citizens of Manitou also want us to deal with the traffic and parking issue. And at the end of the day, I love it that we have regional partners and that you're our neighbors, but at the end of the day, you go home. You guys go somewhere else, and we are the residents here that live with the impact, societal, health, environmental, and so on, with the decisions that we make tonight. And so I do support Councilor Wolf's statement. I do believe that the COG, that particular parking issue is really not covered in the Ruxton mobility study and isn't covered in the TMMP particularly. And it is a piece that we need to come back and review and look at, if only to say, oh, you know what, this is what's going really well. This is what's not going so well, because at the end of the day, when the citizens of Manitou are upset that the parking and congestion issue has not been solved, they're not going to go to your house, our neighbors. They're going to come to City Council and ask, why isn't this being fixed? So I support that. I support a review.
I appreciate appreciate that. I just, by way of history though, I think it gets very tricky if we approve something hoping things will work out later, and maybe they will and maybe they won't, and I think that's what the city attorney was alluding to. And by way of history, there's evidence that that's not the best way for us to approach it, because in 2012, the Planning Commission recommended and the City Council approved a conditional use permit for that parking lot area, subject to the requirement that within 6 months, the COG had to come in and show us precisely what their traffic plan was, and how are they going to manage all these cars, and how are they going to reduce the number of cars going up there within 6 months. Well, they didn't do it, and 4 years later, the Planning Commission called them back in 2016 and said, hey, better late than never. We'd like to see these studies. In particular, we want to know, how are you going to turn around at the top of the hill without backing up traffic? If that means you have to remove a utility pole, we expect you to pay for that and to do that. That's how our code is written. And we expect you to do these things. And they said, oh, we don't want to do any of that. We're going to appeal to City Council. So the City Council said, no, we support what the Planning Commission just required of you. I think they said one study wasn't necessary and all the other ones were essential. And then the COG still didn't do it, and a year and a half later they shut down for repairs. So I appreciate that it's nice to say, let's give you the permit now and we'll check it in a year. But really, I don't think that's practical. I would much prefer to go with Mr. Todd's idea, where we tell them this is what we need. I want to see 1 through 12 in this mandatory 16,840 from our law. Show it to us, shouldn't take long, and then let's proceed. But I'm not in favor of saying let's grant the permit now, hope for the best, and talk about it next year. I think our residents have been tortured enough by all this traffic and air pollution and congestion and insanity that they are demanding that we come up with a plan they come up with a plan, we decide if it's acceptable, we approve it, and then we give them the permit. Not, oh, we promise to work it out because we all love each other. No, let's follow the law this time. That's why I don't want to approve it. I don't think it's approvable. I don't think it's appropriate. And I'd rather get this done, get it done right. There's lots of smart people working on it. Let's come back in 3 or 4 weeks and get this done and see what happens. It's supposed to go to Planning Commission first, so it might be 5 weeks. But, I don't, it's not that, we're not asking them to, send them in to Mars. This is just a routine thing. You give us the stuff, we analyze it, we see if it works. The citizens have suffered long enough. I don't want them to go through another year of this.
Yeah, I think this is the misfortune. Sorry.
Yeah, and I guess, again, I said this before, I've had I did go to all the TMMP meetings, and I've been also in the community meetings, and also participated in the Strategic Oversight Committee for that. So perhaps that's what gives me a much higher level of confidence that, in fact, that is an appropriate in service to the traffic study. I can easily accept that as the traffic study. I don't know if that's why, just because I've been exposed to it a heck of a lot more and have thought a lot about it over the past couple of years. But I just want to make that very clear, is I am very comfortable in that being the traffic study at this point. And I am not at this point a supporter. I don't even know to review this UP in a year. I would think that is not, that's confusing. I don't see how the business would want to go into business if they don't have a conditional use permit that they can count on.
Well, if I can comment on that, Mayor, I wanted to let you have an opportunity to discuss that issue, but legally, I don't think it's permitted for you to approve a conditional use and then say, but we want to make sure that we're right in a year. The way I look at it is you decide whether it meets the requirements based on the information you have today or not, and then you can remand or not. But saying we're gonna reevaluate in a year, the problem with that is it's more like saying, we're not sure, and we're gonna check it again. So ultimately, yeah, I think your point is well taken, that it creates issues for the applicant or anybody who's looking to do a conditional use. That's a practical consideration. Legally, I think the law supports you doing that.
And I would also say that Councilman Todd's issues are all excellent. I agree with them. I just don't think that the conditional use permit conditions are the right place to put them at this point. I think we have staff that will oversee that for us and continue to write herd on all of those issues. And I think we as council have a responsibility to write herd, and I think we've been doing that. We've been spending a lot of time. We've kind of sort of agreed that mobility is one of our very top priorities for this particular council. So I see that that's where it needs to be placed. And does it involve a certain level of trust? Yeah, it does. Everything does. So that's I'm comfortable.
Oh, no.
Councilman Todd is next.
Oh, sorry.
That's good. Councilman Todd.
I appreciate the perspective that was just shared on not reviewing things in 1 year's time. So let me present another option or variation of the theme, which is if we all sit back for a moment and we look at the two major traffic drivers on Ruxton, I think we would all agree it's the COG and it's the incline. Just in terms of traffic, in terms of people who need to get up there mobility-wise. So the way I see it is, in the city of Manitou Springs or in any city, if you have two developers that come in who want to do their respective developments, left and right side of a fairly constricted portal, the city would say to those developers, okay, you both want to do something in this green field. We don't have a green field, but we really have a field that's going to be remade in the case of the COG. In the case of the incline, it's pretty much a green field. So my hypothesis would be that the city generically would say to the developers, especially a city that's 5,000 people, 3.5 square miles, $12 million budget, would say to the developers, we're going to put the onus on you to collaborate. You've got the executives, you've got the team, you've got the wherewithal. You've worked together in the past. You can work really well together and get things done. In this case, C4C in Colorado Springs, the four Colorado State Economic Development Commission subsidized projects came about because of great leadership in the city, great leadership at the Broadmoor, great leadership in the region, all collaborating. The land swap deal, Strawberry Fields, again, same parties. The Sun House, again, the same parties. These parties have the wherewithal to address, in my opinion, sidewalks essential, to address, in my opinion, not walking across 4 lanes of traffic, helter-skelter, addressing, in my opinion, no extra cars when we don't need them in these COG lots. So I would see the power of what's come together tonight, including Mr. Green's presence and that of the traffic manager of the city, as well as the mayor's Colorado Springs letter. Let's just put those into action over the next 6 weeks, and let's get these things provisionally done or done to the level that we can say, yes, we can have this activity continuing. It's working in a balanced way. These co-developers are working well together. They've solved these 4 challenges. That's the way to do it.
Councilwoman Moore.
Oh, thank you. I just wanted to comment that even if I were to hypothetically completely share the optimism that all of this collaboration will result in a wonderful, successful code doesn't say, oh, if you really have faith that they'll figure it out later, you can vote yes now and just hope it all works out. It doesn't even code. So this whole business about, oh, they might get coffee afterwards, so what? So I just feel like, can't we just follow the law? It's not that onerous. Let them collaborate if they want to collaborate. Let them provide us a specific proposal that addresses all of these issues that are under the required criteria, which does not say if you have faith that they'll work it out later, vote yes and pray. It doesn't say that. So I just want to do it right. It shouldn't take that long. I don't think it's a big deal. I think it should be remanded.
Julie, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Oh, sorry. We're kind of distracted.
I don't see where the code says that, it talks about streets and traffic services and so on, but it doesn't specifically say that they need to provide us at this point in time where they're going to pick up people, etc.
I'm so glad you said that. So let me, am I allowed to respond?
Now you go.
Okay, so, I did my reading. So if you look at 183010, that's the conditional use requirement statute. And if you look at 183030, processing of conditional uses. And that goes A, B, C, and then it talks about sections 1 through 8. And if you look at 8, it says a public facilities and service impact report shall be provided. It doesn't say, oh, if you feel like it. It says shall be provided that complies with the requirements of 16840D. So then if you turn to 16840D, I'll give you a minute. I got it. Okay. So then that says the impact report shall be submitted and shall contain the following 1 through 12. And they're interesting, like I asked about the toilets, because it's obviously going from 5 to 18 toilets, that's more water use. And it does require a water use assessment here. But if you go through to number 6, it says that there has to be a demonstration that the development layout provides protection from traffic. So the demonstration we have is we don't have a layout yet, but we sure are working hard on it. We're going to come up with a solution soon. That doesn't fly. And then if you look at 7, it says there must be a demonstration by a provision of a traffic study, and it goes on to talk about bicycles and pedestrians and vehicle and access to abutting areas, which probably comes down to like sidewalks and stuff, or some kind of safety for the customers to get to and from the business. And it doesn't say, oh, but if you have this mobility study, then it says we'll, figure out the details later, and so that's where I see it as being required.
But again, one more thing. Just again, I think that both of those, I've read all of this quite thoroughly, the whole packet as well. And to me, I would say that that is where the interpretation comes in. Because again, to me, the CMMP does satisfy these requirements.
And that would be my feeling also. Council, I think we have an opportunity here. If Mr. Dilwich would be willing to address this, perhaps ask for his insights, to reopen the public hearing. Alan, would you be willing to give us your thoughts? Public hearing's open again.
Mayor, I want to just clarify. Sorry, thanks. Generally, the process we follow in quasi hearings, you don't have the lower body represent the lower body's decision. You got that from City Council. Mr. Dellis, speaking as a private citizen, that's one thing, but as representing the Planning Commission, that's another. We had this conversation in the past, so just wanted to be clear.
Well, I guess I better apologize to everybody. My bad, okay, so then it's all. That said, we'll look for next. All right, thanks, Alan. Okay, public hearing's closed. Okay. Okay, sure. Public hearing's open again. Mr. Todd has a question for the city planner.
Mr. Thornburg, you, based on your extensive experience, and certainly 2.5 weeks, you've shown great traction in bringing that to bear. You've given us your professional assessment on. You've given us your professional assessment on how the traffic congestion, parking will be addressed. I follow what you've outlined. Let me ask of you, how are you going to address the sidewalk question? How are you going to address pedestrians going across these roads? And lastly, how are you going to address, is it really necessary and appropriate that the car lots be open for incline users? And I put all that within the absolute context that former council member Rohr mentioned, which is place is extremely important. So we're talking about place, we're talking about safety, we're talking about health, we're talking about general welfare. And can you, as a staff person, also find a way to address those clear issues?
First, thank you for acknowledging 2.5 weeks. It's been a long 2.5 weeks with a lot of information that I have put into my head. But in all seriousness, safety, health considerations, environmental considerations, those all play into a well thought out traffic plan. A traffic engineer doesn't just count, traffic engineering process doesn't just count cars. It looks at pedestrian traffic, it looks at bike traffic, it looks at vehicle traffic. So it is my expectation that as we go through this process, and Mr. Cheney leading much of the process, and I'll be supportive of that, that we take all of that and keep all of that front of mind and center.
Would you be willing, Mr. Cheney and Ms. Lowenberg, to very specifically highlight to this traffic engineering those particular considerations? They're previously identified, they've been discussed too many times without, frankly, any echo back. It's recognized as a problem or with any ilk of a solution. Those three things that I mentioned.
Yes, I think an effective planning director acknowledges those items, keeps them front and center, and incorporates them into a comprehensive planning process.
So we're part of also the TMMP, and Laura Newman is here tonight if you want her to talk about some of the work that we've done on those issues and how we're going to try to remedy those. So if you want her to kind of talk about it a little bit, she's been leading this for months now, and probably can give you a lot of information.
It would be helpful to hear which way the wind's blowing on those three items.
Thanks, Christine.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. Laura Newman, I'm an independent business consultant. I live at 325 Via Linda Vista. And yes, I have been leading the Transportation Mobility Master Planning process, as well as conversations about the future of Hiawatha Gardens. And most recently when you adopted the Transportation Mobility Master Plan on February 18th, that enabled us to have a plan for the entire community going forward. And so the staff and I have been working very diligently, along with many members of the public that are behind me, to implement what you adopted is the Transportation and Mobility Master Plan. And what may seem overwhelming tonight and seem like there hasn't been traffic studies, there have been. And I don't know exactly what all is in your packet this evening, but a gentleman did make,
to a 2015 traffic study that the COG commissioned for exactly what you're questioning tonight. And I think there's been a statement made that the first couple of years of COG operations will be very similar to 2016, which is very similar to 2015. And in there are the counts that you're asking. And I know that because the gentleman made mention that a little over 200 households, and how is it possible to have 1,800 vehicular trips? Well, it's possible because there's multiple people in those households, and in some cases over the summer, they're rented out. And so that 1,800 is verifiable. It was done by a traffic engineer. It is on record from 2015. And then there was the Ruxton Corridor Study, as well as the Transportation Mobility Master Plan. So there's a lot of data out there that a lot of good people, including multiple traffic engineering firms. The 2015 study was done by a different firm that did both the TMMP and the Ruxton Functionality Corridor Study. So the data exists. And I could go into length, but it's getting late this evening, that the group that has been deployed against the Transportation Mobility Master Plan was charged with, let's get a hold of the low-hanging fruit to trial some pilot projects this summer. And there's a lot of them, to see if we can alleviate traffic congestion so that we can do communication so that people don't have to travel up Ruxton if there's absolutely no parking there, to stop that churn, and to turn on a number of different things over the summer so that we can come back to you in the fall and say, after having done that, we believe we're short supply by X, and we are recommending doing this as a result of that. And so I'll just stop and say, did I answer the question that was asked?
Relative to the depth in which I care to see the traffic discussed, yes. Then let me ask again about getting pedestrians across the road. Which way is the wind blowing on that? Is it being addressed, and where does it stand at the moment?
The last time we met with the professional firm of Kinley Horn, they were directed to do a Ruxton Corridor Study called 1.5. There were 3 different options provided to you. One was a very basic form of improving Ruxton. 3 was transformative.
I may have miscommunicated. I'm talking about consumers, participants on the right and left side of Ruxton that have reason to cross the road. We don't want them crossing pavement with moving traffic and crossing a stretch of 3/4 of a mile random.
I hear your concern, and I think with the firm coming back with that 1.5 plan and the mobility hub of 2.0, those 2 plans combined will give you some consideration for your concern.
But nobody's explicit, that's fine. Sidewalks going up from Pilot Dock.
As you may recall, there were several different diagrams that were showed, and in order to have sidewalks, you do give up some things. Remember, you were going on this side of the road, the other side of the road. So there's going to be several different variations provided to council for your consideration of what the appetite is for sidewalks to be all the way connected up, or the ability to cross over, and what is the depth of being able to sacrifice parking along that road. But it is being considered in what's being brought back to you.
Who's going to pay for that?
You haven't completely paid for that yet, but it is part of the budget of Kinley Horn when you hired that firm to do 30% design drawings for you for the mobility hub as well as for the Ruxton Corridor.
So I'm interested in who's going to bear the cost of that, the cost of construction.
Oh, that's a completely separate question. And we do have enough money, as I understand it, with PPRT funds to do the complete design work, but the actual construction of that would need to come from a separate budget that I do not believe it exists to this day, but I will ask for clarification from anyone else that knows. Denise, do you want to make a comment?
Yeah, we're hoping to get PPRTA money again in the 23 funding cycle to help with implementing some of that.
Thank you.
plenty of data, and we got some really helpful data, I think, from Mr. Pearson at the last work session when he stated, I could be mistaken about the number, but he was looking at about 150 parking spaces that were not enough for his customers. So he was shy about 150 spaces a day. So we do have plenty of data, but it seems to me that you're still in the process of figuring out what to do with this data, what solutions to come forward with. And I guess maybe this isn't so much of a question, it's a comment now that I'm thinking about it, but I just want to see the solutions. I feel like the code requires us to evaluate the proposed solutions and to determine if it's sufficient enough to mitigate the parking and congestion problems caused to the neighborhood. And the law says if it's not good enough and we're not sure, we're supposed to say no. Well, so I'm sure there's a way it can be done. They've done it for Seven Falls, you know, where they don't have all that traffic congestion there. They can do the same thing here or come up with something more creative. I don't know. But I just want to see the solutions. I'm not suggesting that we're lacking data necessarily. I just want to see how are you going, if you already know that you wish you had 150 more parking spaces and you don't, what are you going to do about it? That's all. I just want to see some solutions so that we can evaluate them, see how the planning staff feels about them, see how the planning commission feels about it, take their recommendation, and then hopefully it'll be great. But so that's just my concern is that I think we need to see the solutions. I'm not suggesting we just collect data for the next 30 years.
And I do respect your question, and if I may, the 150 parking spaces that the firm agrees is a delta on peak days, okay, between what we have and what we may need. That is not a new issue. We had that issue back in 2016. We're just trying to address the issue going forward. And the TMMP implementation group wanted to trial some pilot projects before we came back with these solutions. Because these solutions, if you just want to add additional parking supply immediately, let's say at Hiawatha Gardens, is $9 to $12 million, depending on the size of the garage, that we have not fully vetted our bonding capacity and so forth in order to be able to fund it. So before we felt confident to say we need another 250 spaces or 350 spaces or whatever the amount is, we wanted to trial those projects. And so if we need to be more succinct in writing what our recommendations are, which by the way, the COG has been present in all of our meetings addressing this and a really great partner, we can summarize those on a single piece of paper of short-term recommendations as well as longer-term following those pilot projects, if that is helpful.
Additional questions for Ms. David? Thank you.
Could I just ask if it would be appropriate at this point for Roy to talk about the solutions that he's working on for this summer? I mean, that's going to come back later, but I know he's been working very hard to come up with some interim pilot projects, which we are hopeful, and that's all we can be at this point, is hopeful that these solutions are going to work, one of which we approved tonight.
So, yeah, one tonight is the parking logics, and the idea with that, of course, is occupancy of the parking lots. And so if we give good wayfinding signage to the visitors coming into the city, they'll know where they can go to park and not drive around looking for parking spaces. That's one of the biggest problems in most cities is that people coming in, they don't know where anything is. So if we give it good signs, and that's where the parking logic comes in, and website, maps, and on phones, apps that show where to go, then we can try to catch a big part of those visitors that have a place to park. So that's number one. Number two, we are looking at, I'm hoping this month to get with the Transportation and Parking Board to discuss looking at our current rates. One of the other ways you can help control parking and get visitors to go where you need them to go is with the structure of the pricing. The pricing in Manitou is flat. So whether you go to a prime area to park or you go to the worst area to park, it's about the same price. It doesn't encourage anyone to stay out of the middle of Manitou because the price is the same, so I might as well look around for a parking spot. So with that structure change, we're hoping that we'll push people to Hiawatha, maybe to the other area we're looking at is the flats, Hickaboggy Flats as maybe a secondary overflow parking area. We're still discussing that with the Save the Flats. But if we can provide some extra parking there, maybe we can find those extra slots this summer to reduce some of the congestion of Ruxton and through downtown. I totally agree with the statements that, you know, it's not just Ruxton. If you just look at that problem, I've been looking at this for a couple months now, it's not just one place. The traffic is throughout Manitou. The problem exists, and it's just one part of it. And it is important for people who live there. It's really important. So we get that, but we got to control the traffic throughout the city itself. So those are some ways we're looking at things. We've been looking at the high school, some additional parking. So we're trying to find some places to put people, and then how to direct them to the right place.
Well, and I realize that's the task you've been given, and that's a huge task, and that's important for someone in the city to look at the big picture and to do the overview, and that's great. But at the same time, we do happen to have this sticky little ordinance that says if a customer wants to do a non-conforming use, it's not like a restaurant or a bar that's already allowed. Sorry, you're only going to do it if you can show us exactly how you plan on moving your customers. And it doesn't say, oh, if the city also has some other traffic problems, then forget it. Let's just wait till we come up with the whole master plan. It doesn't say that. It says that you will come up with a proposal on how you move your customers. And that's what the code says. And that's my thing. I'm glad you're looking at the big picture. That's important. I just don't think that's a reason to ignore the law.
Even given that the COG has put $50,000 into this study and has participated actively to come up with.
Yeah, because that's what it doesn't say, oh, if you paid $50,000 for something kind of related, then you don't have to follow the law. And as the representative, I think it was Mr. Pearson just said, he tried to get the city of Manitou to agree to put a sentence in there in that tax incentive contract that says you don't have to follow, the COG doesn't have to obey any of this. And the answer from Manitou is no, you will obey. Yeah, you will comply, and you will show us how you're going to move your customers. You don't have to solve all the problems. You don't have to solve the problems from the incline or anywhere else. If you tell us how you're going to move your own customers, it still is a requirement. So that's why I would like to know what their solution will be and revisit that in a few weeks.
Okay, and last time I'll just share my comfort with the fact that in my interpretation, they have fulfilled those requirements. So I'll stop.
I respect that. I do.
My feeling too is that the applicant has done a very good job of meeting the intent of the ordinance here. They participated very strongly and actively in the TMMP, the Master Building Plan. Maybe it doesn't look like a gift with nice wrapping and ribbon on it, but it's not going to look that way. This is more a typical kind of problem. It's more typical of an engineering problem. We have to have iterative solutions. We don't get to a final product until we've gone through a number of smaller steps. I see this as that we've made progress, that we've moved forward. Yeah, we don't have an exact picture of what the final situation is going to look like, but I think we're as close as we can reasonably be. I think the applicant has done and our staff has done pretty much everything that's humanly possible. If we extend this out any longer, I think we're all going to be dead of old age before we get a solution.
Mr. Mayor, just follow your comment. I would like to say if I vote in favor of this, it's going to be my trust in your leadership as mayor to proceed on the path you outlined, and my
our city administrator to follow the path that your staff has outlined.
We do have a new crew in town across the boards, and I could see, if I vote in favor of that we have the leadership, and we have the management diligence in this room to drive this and not have to rely on these developers to make it set up, which was my counter argument was saying, put the onus on the developers. I could appreciate what you've offered. Thank you.
Thank you. At this point, just a matter of housekeeping. Council, do we think we need to ask questions of any of the audience? Because if we don't, I'm going to close the public hearing. Did we see a handout there? Did someone want to interject something? I guess not. Okay. Thank you. In that case, we'll close the public hearing again. Councilman Todd, sounds like you're feeling more comfortable with the motion on the floor. Okay. Councilman Wolf, you still have some discomfort, obviously. The motion for you.
Yeah, please
do.
To me, I still look at this. It says review procedures for approval. Conditional uses shall not be allowed where such use create a nuisance, traffic congestion, etc. I still don't see we're here. I don't see how by remanding this back to staff and working this issue that we're not making progress. I think we would be making progress. I think we are essentially saying, you know what, this is important enough. We do need to get parameters on this, okay? Only starting now are we getting information from the Cog Railway about essentially their operational parametrics, okay? I'm not suggesting that we want to get in the Cog Railway's business in terms of moving people and trains, but as it relates to parking and traffic, okay, that's how it relates, okay? It's essentially a just necessary effect, okay? So to me, by remanding this back to staff, okay, there are plenty of things in the staff report that say the applicant has not answered. We don't have baseline data, okay? I see that as a way of moving this forward, and I see it as a way of actually enabling the mobility study to also have some traction as to what kind of solutions we're after. Okay, so I'm in favor of essentially remanding this back to staff, okay, and the applicant to look at, first and foremost, the city's, okay, applicant assessment. There are plenty of things in here that are unanswered, all right? And to me, I think it would be worthwhile our time, worthwhile in terms of the mobility study. Those answers might actually help kind of answer some questions in terms of what we're trying to do with all of these short-term solutions, okay? But I don't see how we have the information here to say that this conditional use that has no parameters on it in terms of the letter from the applicant shows themselves that from about 2007 to 2016, they had an 18% increase in people, okay? You could not do that if you were a short-term rental. If you were a short-term rental and you were approved for something, you couldn't just kind of just let that slide and go, oh, well, we're just going to add more guests and whatnot, and just kind of let the parking kind of fall on the neighborhood or whatever, okay? So to me, I think we need to understand where the baseline is in terms of things, what triggers, okay, all right, a renegotiation of the conditional use. So to me, this, where this is right now, this fits into essentially all this aspirational language in this incentive agreement. It things go wrong, everybody agrees to work toward a solution, as opposed to having something meaningful as to where we know where we are. So that's where I am.
Can I ask a question about that?
Yes.
I mean, I would like to hear the, I don't know what the procedure is for this, but I'd like to hear the planning director's take on this suggestion. I mean, I don't want to do this and 5 weeks from now we come back to a 5 or 6 hour meeting where we rehash everything, because I'm not sure in 5 or 6 weeks we're going to have these answers. And I'm just concerned and would like to understand from staff's perspective, what does this look like if we go with this option? I don't know if that's a fair, I don't know if I'm guessing.
Public hearings be opened. Planning director can respond.
Could you clarify what your question is a little bit more?
Well, maybe one of the things I did with all this paperwork is I sat down and I did essentially a timing and activity diagram. Okay, it's typically used in engineering, right? But what I could not do was, because I did not know, okay, the applicant's own submission says they're buying trains of certain capacity, okay? You can look on the back here and you can see that the configuration of the depot is apparently going to change so that there can be 2 trains at one time at the station, okay? All right? This has a lot to do with, okay, how many people are going to be moving around that area of Upper Ruxton, okay, on an hour by hour basis. This does not help me to characterize this, that essentially we have a gross number in the applicant's own documents of about 300,000 in a year. I don't know what the distribution of that is, okay? I don't know whether that happens in a certain distribution during certain kind of peak months or what that is. And those are the issues. Nobody has a complaint with this kind of operation if it was just moving a few passengers in February, okay? We all know what that's like, okay? But what we're dealing with here is the livability issues of people who live in that corridor, okay? Who and I think the applicant needs to come forward with schedules, okay, of how they're planning on moving things so that we can look at the overlap of these things, okay? So that a traffic engineer can look at the capacity of that parking lot and say, is this really true that apparently there's 150 parking spaces that we're missing on a day? What could be some remedies? And how do we participate as a community to help in those remedies, okay? If we don't know this baseline data, to me it just seems like we're just shooting in the dark. We're just going to start to throw more transit buses at it. We're going to task Laura with, oh, try and figure out how you can do an $8 million parking garage at Hiawatha Gardens, okay? All right? It seems like it's all just a shot in the dark, okay? If we don't know for this applicant, and I'm not talking about the incline. I get it how the incline is the other elephant in the room, okay? And I think that's a really valid point about that, you know what? As a community, we have to set a policy. Do we want incline people thinking they can look at all sorts of mobility information to find whether there's parking up at the Cog Railway? Do we really want that additional traffic up there or not? Those are things that can be dealt with in this conditional use as to how that parking lot is utilized. So to me, I see it as we have more hard work to do. And I don't have a problem setting this CUP aside until we do that hard work, until we do get those metrics, until we understand what those arrangements are, and then how it affects the mobility study. Because the way I see it is right now is we're just going to let this slide, and then the community is going to do all these experiments. okay, and see how they work. Thank you. So I guess my question is this. My question is this. How long would it take, okay, in your professional opinion, if the applicant was forthcoming with operational schedules and things like that, about when the demand is created up there, only for the situation for the COG, not worrying about the parametrics of how the incline might affect things, okay? Dealing with this applicant, that's what's before us. We don't have the incline here, all right? That's not what's before us. We have this applicant here before us tonight, okay? So it seems like to me, if you have that kind of information, all right, you can look at that and you can then take numbers like 3.16 people per car and say, can that parking lot park those things given these schedules? Or do those schedules have to change? Or do we have to have more transit vehicles up there, okay? What does this do if we're asking them to then park at Hiawatha? Do we have the capacity for that? Or do we need to start breaking ground now on a parking lot? Okay? All right. So to me, I think if we don't have that kind of analysis with the applicant, okay, as to how they're going to operate things, okay, I see us, this is just pushing rug all over the place. Okay, we're not pulling the rug. And so to me, I would like to see a plan from the applicant and from city staff where we get to answer these questions. Conditional uses shall not be allowed that will create a nuisance or traffic congestion. That means there's an engineering plan about how they operate, but they don't do that. I don't think that should take years. It should take literally weeks, months at most. And I think we will be much further down the pipe if we do that work. Is that possible to do that work, do you think, with the applicant?
I think with regard to the traffic analysis, I should defer to Laura or Mr. Cheney. I have not been.
I guess what I would like to know is, can we get a traffic engineer to answer that kind of question?
I can get a traffic engineer all day long to give us all kinds of numbers.
No.
But
I want a
be
traffic
useful?
engineer that can look at the parametrics of how they operate. Do they have adequate parking? Okay. And what will happen to the congestion on those streets up there? That's a fair question, and I think any traffic engineer, and let me tell you, in preparation for this, I've looked at dozens and dozens of other community studies of traffic things. And other people come up with these solutions in an engineer-based way. I don't see why we cannot do that.
I think it has to do with the complexities of this community. The canyon situation.
I'm not talking about the canyon. I'm talking about this applicant, this parking lot, this demand by these trains. I'm not trying to kind of get interacting that, you know what, there may be other tourists that happen to kind of wander up there and just check things out, okay? That's not what this code addresses, okay? All right? To me, in my opinion, allowing that parking lot to continue to be used by incline people is essentially almost like an attractive nuisance, okay? It's just asking for more trouble up there. It's just asking for more congestion up there. And it's at the expense of our community, and the COG gets to make $10 a car for parking up there.
I would argue that the mobility study does a lot to answer those questions, John. I mean, it doesn't perhaps give us the finite answer, and I'm not sure there is a finite answer, but I think it gives us good direction and it's actionable. Do we have any other questions for Christine? Thank you, Christine. I noticed that Mr. Murphy's raised his hand since he's got an expert in traffic.
And the passion for the community is exceptional. But the hard work is being done. It's being done up on Pikes Peak. They've invested
millions of dollars, they're gonna invest millions more. If they can't get the people up there, they can't sell the seats to get back their investment. So they have to hire someone like me to find a space, whether that's in Manitou Springs, Old Colorado City, or downtown Colorado Springs, wherever it is, to get the people there in a safe way. And that's not gonna be in 3.5 people per car, it's gonna be in buses. And I don't think it's gonna be at Hiawatha Gardens, it's gonna be somewhere else. Why is that not known now? Because that property hasn't been leased or purchased or acquired yet. And so, but the COG and Mr. Andrews' company is gonna get his people up there in order to make money on all this investment. So, I guess the answer is you don't have it yet, but believe me, they're gonna get the people up there, and it's gonna be in a safe way that makes the city happy, that brings people to Manitou Springs. It's gonna be with me or someone else, or they'll do it themselves. They have to, in order to get their investment back. And so, please give them the opportunity to do that. As Councilwoman Wolf spoke, they are doing it in Seven Falls. And they're doing it, you know, without 1,000 cars a night going up South Cheyenne Canyon. So I'm sure that
and those are the parameters of a conditional use that tell how you're going to do it.
Well, I think that they've been, okay, I can't speak to that. All I can speak to is the fact that they were a company that's been doing it for 129 years, and that they have to get people up there to do their business.
And if they tell us how they're gonna do it, just like they had to do for the city of Colorado Springs with Seven Falls, then there's a good chance it'll be approved. But I think what we're debating is, show us now, and then you get your permit, or show us later, but we'll give you your permit now. I think that's.
Well, I think you did that 2 years ago. And now what you're asking them is to put on hold this huge investment. But maybe you're not gonna give them the conditional use. That's what I'm hearing. I don't know about the rest of it. Call the question. I just, these people have to do a right plan in order to make money, and we have to approve it for them for us all.
Well, and they've been making some good money. Oh, I'm not.
Anyway, I do thank you for allowing me to speak. Thank you.
I know everybody's getting tired. My day started at 4:30 this morning, 4 cockcrow.
Just for the record, so we know who's talking when they're recording.
Oh, I'm sorry, Jeff Green, Chief of Staff,
Thanks.
City of Colorado Springs. When you look at traffic planning, I want to just go back and reiterate some points, because the council members, I mean, you all have very legitimate concerns. And I want to go back and talk about, you know, your planning director has outlined, you know, what the requirements are associated with this permit and what the traffic impacts are. I want to talk about Seven Falls. I spent a lot of time working with Broadmoor, our traffic engineer, our director of public works, on defining that strategy. And that wasn't a requirement that went through a conditional use permit. That was a process in which the city of Colorado Springs, through our traffic division, sat down and looked at solutions. We had public input, but we worked that through administratively. What we're requesting of you this evening is, you've heard from Ms. Newman, who's a very able-bodied person. I have great respect for her. And she has worked through these processes. She and I had conversations last week that we have to look at solutions on how we resolve the traffic issues. As I stated previously, the traffic issues exist today. Don't blame the COG. We have to come up with solutions. The COG is a willing partner. We've come together to look at the mobility study. The mobility study, which was adopted by you 2 weeks ago, provides an outline and a strategy of how we move forward. So please allow the professional staff to work with the City of Colorado Springs and the other development partners on how we look at solutions.
Thank you. And I'm gonna close the public hearing. It's well past 10 o'clock. I think everybody's tired. The quality of our decision making is not very good.
I would like to call the question.
Thank you.
We have a motion called the question. Do we have a second?
We do have a second.
Do we have a second? Okay, and at this point, I'll mention, I think I made a mistake last time we did this 2 weeks ago. We first need to vote on whether or not we're going to vote.
So calling the question is basically a vote to whether or not you're gonna vote.
So, okay, so we have motion and second to call the question. We vote in the affirmative here, we're voting to vote. Okay, in other words,
Rather than continue discussion.
rather to continue discussion. All in favor of calling the question, please to vote on this question. 3, motion fails. So we continue discussion.
So may I add a couple of comments? Since we're continuing discussion, the COG doesn't operate in a vacuum. So I don't understand how having a traffic report from them is gonna make all the difference tonight that we can't move forward with this conditional use and continue to work out the details that our planning director has definitely emphasized are very important for her to continue working on. So that's one issue that I have with this. I don't have all the solutions for this, but I just want to say that I have heard about the neighbors' concerns about having the incline parking happening at the COG when it's off season. And I think that the incline, that I think the COG can help those neighbors address that as we move forward, and they've heard those things. But I just want to point out something about that that's really been needling me here. You know, the COG keeps their staff year-round, and that's not an easy thing to do for anybody in this room who's done a business in Manitou. And part of the way they do that is that $10 a car incline thing. I'm sure it doesn't hurt, it only helps them to do that. And I think that there are things they can do to educate those incliners about what the rules of etiquette are if you're doing the incline. And if they haven't done that before, we can encourage them to do that. And the last thing that I'm going to say is that I don't understand why we can't have a once-a-year meeting that is a community engagement meeting that talks about how the COG is doing. And I think that that would go a long way to ensuring that everybody stays accountable to the conditional use, the COG agreement, and that this community knows that every year there's a forum they come to where they can talk about this, and it's not anybody's in danger of losing a conditional use on the spot or anything like that, which I'm glad to hear we can't do that because they can't operate. No business in town can operate if they think their conditional use is going to be stripped away in a year. So I think that, you know, again, I'm going to say it again because it's important. Even if we study COG traffic, which I'm not even sure, we can go back and look at previous data. I'm not sure it's going to track to future data exactly. They don't operate in a vacuum. Everybody goes up Ruxton for a different reason. And I just really want us to move forward, to have some faith in our staff, our studies that we've already done, and our partners, and try to move this community forward on something that's critically important to us. The things that we have to face if we don't do this are not things that I think we're prepared to face, like a 56% increase in property taxes. So I'd like for us to move this forward. Every day is challenging enough on its own. We're going to face some challenges this year alone with the coronavirus. It's just one thing. This week it's coronavirus. I don't know what it's going to be next week. But we need to be moving this forward. I can't believe that we would have gone through staff and the planning commission and gotten to a point where, I mean, this is not a legal thing to do tonight. I just don't believe that. I believe that we can work on this as a community, we can move this forward.
Mr. Mayor, I move we postpone this until the motion on the floor.
Would you restate that?
I said, I move we postpone this item to March 17th.
Motion from Councilman Chapin to postpone this until March 17th. Now,
Can you explain why?
Well, I think everybody's kind of getting cranky, everybody's kind of cheerleading, everybody's kind of jumping in with all sorts of things. And to me, I just, I don't think, it's late, everybody's had a long day. And I just don't see the hurry in this. I think we need to go around.
Second.
So,
Vote, today's voting day. Vote.
so what,
Vote.
we have the applicant here, and if there's something we don't have that we need, that's critical to make this decision tonight, what is it? And how long will it take to get it? That's what the people here want to know. What is it that we need from the applicant? How long is it going to take to get it?
Very briefly, I'm gonna perhaps drop into the shade of syndrome here, but I thought Councilman Warwick's point was well taken about if we're not gonna review the conditional use permit formally, in essence, not just with the COG, but with the COG, with the incline, with the Iron Spring Chateau, with all the parties on Ruxton, have a community meeting 1 year after operations start. I think, I hate to gerrymander this, but I think what Councilman Warwick brought up is a good backstop, because ultimately, this council, future councils, this city staff, future city staffs are going to respond to the citizens. They will do that, whatever means they have, if things are going against the grain. So I could see now my vote going further that way. The originators of the motion would take that as an additional condition.
A condition that we have an annual community meeting to oversee the, thank you. You're asking for a condition that would basically say that the City of Manitou Springs and the COG Railway would hold, and probably Colorado Springs as well, would hold a annual meeting to oversee the status of where we are with the,
Well said. It's a status review of all stakeholders in the Ruxton corridor, period.
Okay, I will take that as a friendly amendment.
The first or second, to accept that.
I don't know why we're limiting this to the Ruxton corridor. That's my only concern about that. I just think we should have an annual community engagement meeting where we know that every year we're going to have this meeting with the COG and the community, and it's everybody in the community. I don't know why we would limit it to the Ruxton corridor. That's my only concern about that.
So I see the stakeholders in the Ruxton corridor being anybody in the city of Manitou Springs, because we're all affected by what happens in that corridor.
So at a minimum, just to clarify, friendly amendment, add a condition that would state that the City of Manitou Springs and its partners would hold a community meeting with all stakeholders to oversee the status of congestion and traffic within the city.
Only word is tricky is oversee, but
to assess.
Just to, I want to address that, because basically the conditions can only be applicable to the applicant.
Oh, okay.
So if you wanted to do a condition, it would basically be to have the COG participate in an annual community engagement meeting with the city.
That makes it much easier, thank you.
If that's the condition you're looking at.
I would add that condition that our city attorney just so eloquently stated.
I just made it up, I can't do it. No, it would be a condition that the COG participate in an annual community engagement meeting to address any issues related to the COG.
second it, and I'll second that.
Second, motion is second. Any further discussion?
Yes, Mayor? I would like to encourage Councilman Todd to remember how critically important it is to his ward that there be specific solutions presented before the permit is granted. His ward has gone through hell, dealing with promises year after year that will figure something out. I think his constituents would appreciate it if instead it was remand and we can see what progress can be made. For example, the suggestion that perhaps there not be available parking to the incline in the Cobb's lot. Would that reduce traffic by 20%? I don't know, 30%? This is something that his constituents would very much appreciate. And if they find out that we're just gonna have this, meeting once a year and otherwise just hope for the best, I think they're gonna be very disappointed.
Further discussion? Further discussion? Councilman Wolbert?
I have a couple of things to say about that. It's interesting that we find ourselves here tonight talking about not using a parking lot in Manitou when we don't have enough parking all the time. And so we can't have it both ways. I don't know what the solution is. And again, I go back to saying that the COG has heard us loud and clear tonight. There's issues. My ward suffers too. I understand that, and we've got to work harder on that, and that comes from communication and a real effort. And part of the problem that got us to where we got in the first place before the COG shut down is we didn't have an annual meeting to talk about these issues, where we could reach out and ask our staff to help us with partnerships. That's how we got to my ward and Bob's ward suffering like they do. We did it because we didn't do this kind of outreach and engagement with one of our biggest financial partners in town. And that's something that we can change tonight in a simple sentence, and we have the staff and the leadership to move forward and make that happen annually and advise council. So that's my comment on that.
Any further comments? For clarity, if we could restate the motion. Would you mind restating it?
I believe Judy might be.
Yeah.
I could, I'm sure I could.
Okay. So the motion was to approve the CUP with the condition that the COG participates in an annual community engagement meeting to discuss any issues.
And it was also all the other conditions as presented this evening with 1, D, and E moved to 3 and 4.
So that's the motion. We've discussed it. It's time to vote. Everyone in favor of approving, raise a hand. 5. All opposed, raise a hand. 2 noes. So it passes 5-2. Thank you all for your patience. Take a 5-minute recess.
I'm good. I'm Chris Martell. They don't have any change. Nice to see you. Nice to meet you. The other
I'm not really gonna try that damn band or anything. Yeah. See if you can follow.
Because they can't do it. We asked them for 6 years. We would have asked them.
I think we're there.
But let's talk soon. Talk about that you will number.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Jack, how are you doing?
I mean, I thought we were going to.
Everybody will, everybody will. I mean, my decisions. I get it.
I just stopped by and said hi.
Okay. Receive or act on council correspondence. Start with Councilman Todd.
Nothing this evening.
Councilman Chamberlain.
Ms. Darlene Kennedy, one of my neighbors, wanted me to mention that they're still having problems hearing us. So we have to be so much better than we are currently. She also emailed me and asked me about how and for how long we archive the audio tapes of our minutes. And she thought it was around 6 months. I didn't know the answer, but I said I'd ask. And she suggested that we keep them for longer periods of time.
Judy, do you want to respond to the correspondence that's been happening?
Okay, well, seeing as this is under council correspondence. I can't go into too much detail on it, but we actually follow state archivist's schedule. It's what's recommended. And so if council wanted to bring something like that back for discussion, then we probably could do it at that time.
So how long do we keep?
6 months.
6 months.
And the reason our minutes are the permanent record. That is your permanent record of the meeting. So the video is more of a tool for those minutes to get those prepared and get them approved. So that's the concept behind it.
So council did have a discussion on this previously, and I think there's a balance. I think there's some conversations about retaining them forever. There's a conversation about not. I think one of the issues is that it's really up to you. You can change the archivist's schedule if we want, but sometimes it takes, having too many records can be an issue as well. The minutes can't really capture it, but ultimately it's a decision for city council.
Thank you.
Sure.
I went to Parrot last night, a couple of cool things. Roy showed them the city website that he's got ready to go to talk about Adopt a Park, which they were very excited about. Looked really good. So that will be up and running in the very near future. Yeah, so there's that. There was a lot of discussion, Judith, on the tree planting program. Parrot has a lot of concerns about that. And so there was a suggestion that you, as the chair of your group, and Danu and Roy might want to get together and kind of talk through all those concerns.
And Tiana.
And Tiana, sorry, because she's your rep. So I would just recommend, I don't know who should take the lead on that, but.
Tiana emailed me, and we have a meeting Friday morning at 10 o'clock, and she did not indicate whether she had invited Danu or you, Roy.
I
just got that email today.
Yeah, I just got an email, I think from Denise today about the tree planting, so we haven't coordinated with Tiana or Denny yet.
So when Tiana emailed me about 10 o'clock on Friday, I said, yes, I can meet when and where and who, and I didn't hear back from her. So maybe between we can get a time when we can all meet.
Okay, and I can reach out to Bennu, and do you want me to look at 10 o'clock on Friday to see if that can work?
I have put it on my calendar. I know Tiana has. We don't have a location, but if that would work, that'd be great.
I'll reach out and be in contact.
Thank you.
And lastly, there's a lot of discussion about the way forward on Higginbotham Flats. And they're looking at doing a plan for, at a minimum, initially kind of an iterative plan, but initially looking at just coming up with a master plan for the green part of the park, the overlook. So they are putting that on their agenda to look at. So that's all I have. Thank you. Oh, wait, I'm sorry, one more thing. The code of conduct that last week, 2 weeks ago, whatever we last discussed it, we were asked to go out and talk with all the boards about it, and if they were willing to adopt it as well. And Parab agrees with it in spirit, but there are a number of things that did not pertain to them as a board. So they thought at this point that it would be better to just put it into their standard operating procedure, adopting something like this that for them and their standing operating procedures, but not be subject to the same one the city council is subject to at this point in time. So that's just their proposal, and it is on the HAB agenda next week to discuss. So that's all. Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem, could you send that overview of that to Judy, because she is pulling all of that together and present back to you?
Yes.
So would you mind putting that in an email so
I
that she
will
has
definitely do that.
Thank you.
Just a couple of things. I did, as I mentioned earlier in the meeting, I did have a phone conversation with Mayor Suthers from Colorado Springs. He was very supportive of our efforts and really emphasized how much he wanted the staff of the City of Colorado Springs to collaborate with us. And I think that we can look to him for some, or look to Colorado Springs for some participation financially in resolving some of our problems. And I believe we're also going to make some of their staff more available to us. So I think this is all good things coming out tonight. The other thing, and probably the biggest thing, is I want to thank you all for your participation tonight. It was obviously a long meeting. I think you did well. Everyone who wanted to speak in the audience got to speak, so we got our business done, and people were able to be heard as well. In particular, I'd like to thank Christine. It was quite a baptism of fire you got. So we'll have you by our next lobby. And Mr. Parker, thank you very much also. So.
I don't have any council correspondence, thank you, Mayor.
Okay, city administrator's report.
So the adopted park, the only thing that we're waiting on is I need to get trails, because we don't have all the names of the trails that may want to be adopted, and pocket parks versus large parks. So we're going to separate those. Once we get that information, we'll release it and start doing adopt a park. And the only other thing is that we were looking at, I think last council meeting, they talked about some sign pollution downtown. So I went with Kevin today to look at the parking signs, because we can't remove some of the traffic signs, obviously, but the parking signs and making sure we don't have overkill, and we do. So we're going to remove some of those and try to make it make sense so that we have less signs down Mansfield Avenue. So that's all I have.
I just want to add, tonight, whenever they were talking about, they had a city engineer to help with Seven Falls. I asked Jeff if he would dedicate our traffic engineer to our TMMP group and to start working on that. And Jeff has agreed to that. Mr. Green has agreed that they will start having a city traffic engineer, because that's the one thing that we're missing in that group, to start attending those meetings and to help us as we move forward. So I think that will be very beneficial as we move forward with that. The other thing I wanted to mention, the gentleman that had the concerns regarding the signs, he did bring that up to the chief. Chief brought it up to me, and we've talked about the process of how we need to go forward with that, which is part of that is the HOSAC, and start moving forward with it. So I will reach out to him, but we will be working on that.
Could I ask? Sorry. Since OSAC has just done signs, is it on there? I suspect it's already on there.
I don't know if all of those were on there. Judith may know, or sorry, Councilor Chandler may know, sorry about that, may know that exactly of what all those signs were, but I don't know that, but we will. Do you have?
Well, so we're doing all new trail signs with maps, and then we added 2 additional signs to be to block off the section of Intamin Trail. Those are the signs that we're working on. It's all new trail signage.
But it didn't include some of the signs that they mentioned, which was no camping, etc. So we are going to go through that with the
No, it was only trail signs, with the exception of the 2 for that one section that will be closed for reclamation. Is what those signs will say.
We're not even giving the packet that we used previously. That might be a help for you.
Can I ask that the information that you shared with us first about the city of Colorado Springs sharing a traffic engineer for our mobility group, can you put that in an email so the 2 council members who have left know that that's happening?
Yep.
Thank you.
You bet. I'll get that from first. I'll get it from Mr. Green in writing, saying we've confirmed that, and then I will forward it to all of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
I'm sorry. I just do want to recognize Christine. 2.5 weeks, and she did a phenomenal job tonight. And I do want to recognize her. I can't say enough about the staff that we have on board, and the professionalism and the customer focus that they are. So.
Well said.
I'd like to recognize Jack Elder and
Yes.
Nichols and Brian for staying this late. Thank you.
Thank you. Adjourned.
No, that was the first. No.
Hey everybody, have a good night.
Good night, Jeff. Thanks, Jeff. Thank you.
Aye.